progress.
Good morning, everyone. We will go ahead and get started. A copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the table outside. And also, we have a automatic external defibrillator that is available on the back wall of the legislative chambers. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we get started, I would just ask that we take a moment. And there has been so much hatred and killings and nonsense in this world of late that I would ask that we all, again, during this Thanksgiving time, take a pause, think of all the people in our communities around the country, and make a plea for us to be more tolerant, more acceptant, show more kindness and love, and take time to be thankful for what we have in this world and what's been given to us. And let's cherish each other again instead of showing such hatred and discontent towards each other. So please just take a moment. Thank you. With that, we are going to move things around just a little bit today. So if we could go open up the Board of Commissioners meeting first, please. Roll call.
Commissioner Boyle? Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh? Here. Commissioner Friend?
Here.
Commissioner Garcia? Here. Commissioner Morgan?
Here.
Commissioner Rogers? Here. Madam Chair.
Present. And if we could move to page 8, the presentations. We're going to start our presentation with highlighting our Operation Green Light. If you remember, during the week early in November, we asked businesses and residents to turn our county green in recognition of our veterans. And before we do begin the video, can those in the audience that are veterans please stand? Thank you. And so to showcase a little bit of the, not a little bit, a great amount of work that our Veterans Service Officer did with his staff to highlight Douglas County, I'll have Karen start the video.
Hi, I'm Benson Elmore, Director of the Douglas County Veterans Service Office and retired Air Force veteran. On behalf of Douglas County, I would like to thank our community partners for recognizing and honoring our service members and military veterans during Operation Greenlight. Your support is truly appreciated. We look forward to partnering with you next year as we shine it green for Operation Greenlight. Thank you.
So again, I want to thank Benson, and if you wanted to say a few words, especially thanking your staff, but I think Benson and I both want to thank Leah, our communications director, who got all the information out, kept putting out information on social media, and then made up that beautiful video for us of summarizing all of the work we did on it. So Benson?
Thank you. Benson Elmore, Director of the Douglas County Veteran Service Office. First and foremost, got a fabulous team. We had kind of a short notice on Operation Greenlight, but the amount of work they put in at such short notice was phenomenal. We're looking forward to next year. I definitely want to highlight Lakeita Roach, who was the project leader on this. The assistant project leader was Claire Gwinsey. Then obviously we had Barbara Reimel and Damon Hobbs and Margaret Martinez really putting their best foot forward. A lot of work. Leah did phenomenal in terms of getting the word out, the video. We had great support from the board, from Madam Chair. I'm looking forward to next year. So we did a lot of great things, and we're looking to do some more things with substance come next year. So it was great, a lot of work. It was fun. We'll take a little bit of a breather and get right back to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Benson. All right. With that, we'll move to a presentation by Vita Jeffries, the President and CEO of Greater Omaha Chamber. Greater Omaha Chamber moving forward. We are pleased to have Ms. Jeffrey with us this morning. I met with her a few months ago to just introduce basically myself and county government to her, welcome her to Douglas County, extended an olive branch saying let's work together, the county and the chamber, and asked her if she would come and like to introduce herself to us, and she was very excited to do so, and so we welcome you, and the floor is yours, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me this morning before all of you. And absolutely, I'm honored and excited to look forward to getting to know each of you. As you know, I've been in Omaha just a short period of time. And so as I am getting to know the lay of the land better, my hope is that I can be of great service to the work that all of you do. I want to be able to walk us through what's happening right now with the Greater Omaha Chamber, some updates, and then in and around the urban core, and then some updates for us specifically. If we look at right now, our regional economic development partnerships that we are working with, we have a full-service economic development organization working together to increase business investment and employment in the Greater Omaha area. So that includes Washington County, Mills County, Cass County, Gross Sarpy, the Nebraska City area, Advance, Iowa, as well as Fremont. What we're doing is making certain that development projects are organized throughout the region so that we can have a collective understanding of what's happening with our workforce, with our capital investments, and how might we better serve all of the total region working in a collaborative. And I'll tell you more about our plans for that as I move forward. And looking at the economic development impact year to date for 2022, we've had 35 landed projects, 2.0 billion in capital investments, and 1,653 new full-time employees. This is the first time the capital investment for projects of this nature has topped the 2 billion mark. The 5-year look back shows if we go back to 2018, capital investment was at 1.4 billion. We had 1,800 new FTEs, and we retained over 620 FTEs. For 2022 year to date, we have over 2 billion in capital investment. Our new FTE count is still 1,653, but we've been able to retain 5,189. Our current pipeline projects show 18 billion in capital expenditures and 15,899 in new FTEs that we will be able to bring to the area. Major sectors that we're seeing most affected are ag business. Right now, understanding that's the core of who we are. It's a leader. We're the leader in food, fuel, and water industries. Our military defense, home to more than 65 defense-related companies, and the Offutt Air Force Base, and the work that we're doing jointly with Stratcom as well. Financial services with one of the highest density clusters. Our business client provides for the perfect mix for to thrive. Manufacturing, supply chain, logistics is an area, and then also life sciences. Right now, we claim we are excited that we are recognized as the home of nationally acclaimed medical centers, one of 4 biocontainment units in the U.S. So if we look at Omaha by the numbers in our GDP, the changes between 2016 and 2020. In manufacturing, we show growth of 23%. Healthcare, social assistance, 5.8%, but in our finance and insurance industry, 34.7%. If we look at how we're ranking in that growth in each area with the U.S., so U.S. grew in manufacturing 6.7% to our 23%. Healthcare and social assistance, U.S. grew by 2.6 to our 5.8, and then finance and insurance 3.4 to our 34%. So Omaha has, in these areas, has definitely grown quite a bit. Our third quarter business retention and expansion, if we look at the visitation report, we show 3 key areas in growth. Our startups are up 19%, construction 22%, and then food processing 17%. Our team goes out and we ask our business retention questions. One of the things that you'll find is we want to make certain that we're doing a good job of checking for pain points and understanding how our businesses, in addition to being able to understand the lay of the land and how might we be more attractive to businesses that are looking to leave where they are, we want to make certain that we're doing a good job of retaining those that are here, so the jobs that are currently in Omaha can stay in Omaha. So when our major companies have large positions or high salaried positions that they're looking to fill, we want to make certain that they fill them with talent here. And so our business retention team asks questions, and some of the questions that they're asking is, how has employment level changed this past year? What changed, if you expect an increase or a decrease? What types of jobs are we hiring for? What kinds of specific skills are you looking for? We talk about capital investment plans for our companies, if they're looking to make any investments in physical facilities, new or existing, or if they're looking to make any existing equipment purchases. From the business environment, we talk about what their obstacles are, what their pain points are, what resources they need, as well as what resources they offer, and how the chamber can be a solution for the things that we've talked about. I've already talked about our FTE trends, but we show that all the respondents that we discussed in this BRE report indicated that they will maintain and increase their number of employees. There was only one business that indicated that they will be experiencing a decrease this particular quarter. Our business growth, we have 11 businesses that surveyed in this part. They reported renovating current facilities, investing in new facilities, making large equipment purchases in Q3, and most of the respondents report just an overall business growth. Our pain points, labor, the availability of labor is something that's coming across all industries, not in Omaha, but around the country. The fields that we are looking at related to trade and workforce availability, the Chamber is actually working to see how we can come up with a game plan to create a pipeline by working with OPS and other school districts and MCC and UNO, so that we can help to create a pipeline and have a plan to address the labor shortage that we're experiencing. Supply chain, we can't keep up with the demand right now for manufacturers, and that's something, unfortunately, again, that's not just Omaha, that is nationwide, but that is something that we are keenly paying attention to. Access to capital primarily is an issue that is faced by our startups. are those trying to solve workforce housing shortages. In my past life, I worked closely with our banking industry so that we could address the access to capital growth challenges, and the Greater Omaha Chamber will continue to do that as well. Quality of life, lack of public transportation to job sites is what's been discussed at great levels. Affordable housing shortages are also barriers. And regulatory environment, the singular complaint was related to the startup resources that we have. If we look at our workforce and our employment growth since 2010, we show that Omaha has pretty much kept pace, but we've had more of a steady pace than that of the U.S. From in that 10-year period. We show that 1.3 million people within a 60-minute drive radius. We have about a 75,000 workforce. Our labor force participation rate is about 70.6%, higher than the national average, which is actually 63.3%. So if we look at that 60-minute drive, our labor is actually doing better than those national averages, but we're looking at still how might we can improve, and also how might we look at those industries that are aging out and make certain that we have a continuum line of talent growing into those areas. Our cost of living, Omaha has a great cost of living, so people like me who are new to the area can attest to this. If we look at right now, the score is 95.9%. That puts us about negative 4.1 below the national average. In comparison to cities nationwide, Minneapolis, Dallas, Chicago, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, right now, absolutely, Omaha looks great, very attractive, should go a long way at helping us to attract talent to our area, which is something that we are keenly attuned into. Our per capita income, the U.S. being about $53.5 thousand a year, Omaha is at $57.8. If we look at the urban core and our strategic plan that the Chamber introduced in March of this year, the study boundary areas are River's Edge and Dodge Park Golf Course to the east, 48th Street to the west, Cummings Street to the north, and then Leavenworth to the south. So it's roughly 20 distinct areas ranging from historic neighborhoods like Gifford Park at Gold Coast and Blackstone to well-known mixed-use districts like the Old Market and Midtown Crossing, and emerging ones like Millwork Commons, River's Edge, and the Builders District. So in the urban core strategic plan, we talk of having 30,000 new jobs, 30,000 new residents over the next 20 years. We look at what the big move areas are. There were 11 big move focus points that were discussed in this design. The focus of that was to catalyze additional economic development throughout the core and a broader region. Project Next and the UNMC expansion development is one. That status right now is in progress. We are awaiting federal commitment, and so that we're moving forward with that. Saddle Creek Lit, that has been conceptualized, the Liberty First Block redevelopment. Our MedTech, the UNMC Next project, is our multi-billion-dollar federal disaster response and medical training center designed to enhance the nation's ability to respond to hazards like national disasters, environmental accidents, and highly contagious diseases. That's actually geared toward bringing 8,000 new full-time employment positions to the area. This visual gives us a picture of the Saddle Creek expansion, also the administrative building, which is expected to start spring of 2023. The Catalyst Innovation Hub, which is expected to open fall of 2024. The library and the First Block redevelopment area downtown, we can see the work that is happening and the progress taking place where that is concerned. The streetcar starter line and the north and south line, we're expecting to be able to move forward in the first quarter of 2023 on this particular project. If we look at the Civic Auditorium site development, that progress has already started. And if we look at the I-480 lid and the work that is being done, I can show you before and after pictures of the work that is expected. This is a picture of the before progress, and this is a picture of the expected. The focus is to have a programmable park space and neighborhood activities that take place as part of the lid and make it more a walkable area. In addition, there's the 19th and 20th Street ramp removal that is taking place. The 30th Street ramp removal taking place. The Missouri River Bike, Pedestrian, and Transit Bridge is in progress right now. The Dodge Park redevelopment, this is a picture of what is happening in that area. I can also give you a before and an after of what that will look like. And that's also expected to have new walkable areas in urban neighborhood, the Point Towers, which will overlook the Missouri River, and the completion of that. And then lastly, the I-480 retrofit that is in progress. And if we look at the reconstruction of what that is expected to look like, that is an at-grade one-way couplet that will seamlessly merge downtown Omaha and North Omaha together in that mixed-use district. If we look at what next steps are in the urban core, it's to focus on housing, marketing, and then of course business recruitment to that area. And the urban core committee will continue meeting quarterly to make certain that we are moving forward in those areas. Next steps with the Greater Omaha Chamber, as I have been busy getting situated and getting our team together so that Q1 2023 we can hit the ground running. You can expect that we will be greatly focused on our member services so that we can help our businesses address their pain points and continue to call Omaha home, so that when other cities are calling on them or looking to attract their efforts, they will feel loved enough and responded to enough that they won't be so easily tempted, is our hope, of course. But we also want to help our businesses grow capacity and have access to not just region-wide opportunities, but our focus is to help them with nationwide opportunities. In our economic development space, you can expect us to continue to help grow our 8-region county, but also we are building a space that will allow the chamber to be very responsive to any development that's happening in and around our area. As that piece is carved out, we will be inviting you to come take a look at the space that's being created so that you can understand how we are looking to answer some of the questions that are happening in the economic development space. Last piece is advocacy. Our goal, our team reads over 600 bills a year with the focus of making sure that from a legislative standpoint, we are keeping a business-friendly environment. If there's ever anything that's discovered, our focus would be to bring it to the attention of those who need to understand it so we can see how might we continue to make Omaha a place for our children to want to come back to, even if they get that itch to want to go visit somewhere else and see what's out there. We want to make sure Omaha remains a place that we can attract and retain our children as well. With that, I thank you, and do I have time for a couple of quick questions?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, with that, are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vita, thank you for coming. Really appreciate it. It's not probably an answer now I like, but I am just very curious. That Dodge Park effort, it's first to knowledge, but I am just curious down the line, if somebody can give that answer, that is a hell of a floodplain area. And all that development that I saw out there, I am just curious on how they're going to go about that. So, yeah, that is just the first time I have ever seen that significant available development talked about in that area. So I'd just be curious in the future, and nothing now. Definitely don't expect an answer, but I'd like to see what they're thinking about. So,
Okay.
Yep.
I'll make sure to go over that and find out for you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Garcia?
Ms. Jeffries, good morning, and I know you've been here a little while now, but welcome to Omaha and Douglas County, and always appreciate hearing from you, and I also appreciate you being here today. I'm always an advocate for different stakeholders in the community talking to each other, collaborating, partnering together, and so I hope this is the beginning of many conversations between the county and the chamber on ways that we can partner and help each other. I know that downtown is a part of my respective district in District 1, and definitely work closely with a lot of businesses in the urban core along Leavenworth Street and all aspects of downtown. Especially there's some small businesses that are looking to get more engaged and help out in the planning of that urban core. So I look forward to chatting more, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you for that. And I concur. Absolutely. Being able to help small businesses grow and build capacity is something the chamber will definitely address.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I just want to, again, thank you for being here. This, again, you know, as far as Douglas County goes, with this information, I think it's good for us as a county to know. And we have other areas as well that as we get started, we may want to. I represent Western Douglas County, so some of the conversations I would like to see is how to really kind of showcase or learn more about what's going on in the western part of the county. This stuff is amazing that's happening in the urban core, and excited to watch it grow and proceed. So again, thank you, and maybe we can just do kind of a scheduled thing where you come and update us periodically on what's going on. That would be awesome.
I would love that. Unfortunately, I don't get to stay for the whole meeting today, but I will make plans for that, and I would love to have this on a regular schedule.
All right. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank all of you, and thank you
Thank
for
you.
having me.
With that, we have one more presentation we'll do, and that's our DEI Action Plan Summary and Program Budget Proposal. And Marissa Hatab, our accountant from the DEI Coordinator position, Director, is here with us today. She's going to run through our action plan report. She's been busy.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Like, how do I follow that? Miss Jeffries is amazing. But I am so excited to be before you. I am here just shy of a year. It went by very quickly. And I'm just grateful for each of your commitment to DEI as well. For those who are in the audience, I think it's important to state that Douglas County to date is the only county throughout Nebraska that has committed to addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion by hiring someone that focuses on this work specifically. And so I think that speaks to our leadership. And a few months ago, we went through our strategic priorities session, and I appreciate each of you making DEI a commitment by making it one of our top 5 priorities for the next 3 years, by being dedicated to ensure that our workforce represents and reflects and mirrors the demographics of the county that we serve, the population. I think that speaks to your leadership as well. And before I dive in, I really also want to thank the leaders that are in this room, some of our department heads and elected officials and folks that represent their departments that are here to support me today. I think it speaks to our collaboration and our teamwork Although I'm just giving a summary of the action plan, each of you have the full action plan before you. And so I will also have, as we're navigating it, there will be pages that I can show you which one to open to. But this is not my idea. This is not my plans that I've just pulled out from the back of my pocket. We have been intentionally, the leaders of this county have been intentionally for the last 10 months collaborating, having uncomfortable conversations, have been having conversations that are backed by data. And so I just want to uplift that these are the collaborative thoughts, intentions, and what the data shows that we need to focus on these next couple of years. So we will go ahead and get started. So before we dive in to the action plan, I do think it's important to always address what we mean when we say diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we have aligned our definition with the National Association of County Officials, and we perceive our definitions to be diversity is the presence of different and multiple characteristics that make up individual and collective identities, which include race, gender, age, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, national origin, socioeconomic status, ability, language, and so forth. Equity, which oftentimes can be confused with equality, focuses on the process of identifying and removing the barriers that create disparities in the access to resource and means. I really want to highlight the difference between equity and equality. Equity focuses on fairness, whereas equality focuses on sameness. So they are relatives. I say they're cousins, but they're not the same. And then lastly, inclusion. Inclusion is creating environments in which any individual or group can be and feel welcome, respected, supported, and valued so that they can be their full selves in the workforce. So these words are interchanged, but they're very different. And so our action plan will be addressing each of these separately, but also hopefully tie in how they connect as well. Okay, hopefully you all can see this. Okay, it's not cut off. So moving forward, this is the commitment that Douglas County has stated, meaning our leaders, our county commissioners, our department heads, elected officials, all of us have made a commitment. And this is our commitment. Douglas County is committed to cultivating a culture that strives to be equitable, inclusive, and diverse. We embrace differences and diversity of identity, ability, experience, and thought, and actively strive for inclusive behaviors across our workforce. By advancing these values, we aim to treat everyone with respect, support, dignity, and not merely tolerate it, but fully embraced. We believe that our workforce should reflect the vast diversity of the communities we serve, and that diverse voices should be elevated and intentionally integrated into our DEI intentions and initiatives. Again, that even showcases how we developed this action plan. These are our collective voices and perspectives. So, for the past 10 months, our department heads have been working together and our leaders to identify what are some of those 4 common links that we should be addressing in our plan. And these are the 4 strategic pillars that we will focus on these next couple of years. Workforce development, which focuses on the body of employees. We have over 2,400 employees currently that are within our 22 different departments. Workplace inclusivity, which addresses our culture within our workplace and our departments, how we treat one another. Equitable policies and procedures, those are the rules that govern our workplace inclusivity and our workforce development. And lastly, strengthen community relations. We know as we're addressing our recruitment and retention efforts, we need to be able to have talent pipelines. And so that community relationships are important to bring people and to retain them. After all, most of our Douglas County employees live in Douglas County. Okay, so I know you can see it on my sheet, but if you're looking through the action plan, on the right side of the screen showcases what pages in that plan. So page 15 showcases this information. And so how we have this set up, on the right, we have our survey results and data. So where we got this was from the survey that was released about a year and a half ago, which helped to develop my role. And also we've been working with our GIS department to develop a county-wide workforce dashboard, which I showcased the last time we met. Currently, our GIS department is also developing individual workforce dashboards for each department so that they can ensure that they're infusing that information into their individual plans. So this plan is kind of our overarching plan, but in the next year, I'll be meeting with each department and we're going to come up with, I guess you could say, smaller plans that are customizable to their specific workforce needs. Not all of our departments are facing the same obstacles as it relates to their workforce. And so just briefly, I'm going to highlight what our 3 overarching goals are, and then underneath that are some of the recommendations that best practices showcase throughout the country, and also what I feel will be a great way to address some of these goals. So for our workforce development, again, that is out the body of our employees, our over 2,400 employees currently. Our first goal is to have hiring practices and processes that are designed to eliminate bias to ensure equitable outcomes so that everyone has access, equal access and equitable access to get their foot in the door here in our county and to thrive. Our second goal is to establish 4 employee-led task force to support the development of activities that help to retain our staff. So if you look over at our survey results, the second data point says 38.9% of our employees felt that inclusion in decisions that directly affect their work was a priority. So that is a growth opportunity for us. So by us infusing these employee-led task force creates an opportunity for us to engage with our senior leaders all the way to our entry-level positions to hear what are some of the things that we're facing? How can we increase our workforce needs? How can we strengthen our workplace inclusivity? What specific policies are you struggling with that we can refine and strengthen or eliminate or create? And how can we strengthen our bonds in our community? So that is really big to be able to hear their voices. A lot of other places have employee resource groups. That's something that has a lot of data that supports it. But I think before we launch those, that an employee-led task force is a great first start. And then our third goal, all staff are aware of career paths and have the opportunity to create individual development plans. If you see that first data point, only 31.1% of our workforce believe that there are career development paths for them. So that means they are clear about how they can advance, about opportunities to grow, that they feel invested in for professional development. So that is the lowest area that our survey showcased. And so a lot of times when people hear DEI, they don't think about career development, and that is huge. So I think that is something that's worth focusing on, is our career pathways. Okay, we'll move forward. So the next pillar is workplace inclusivity. Again, on the right is the survey results and data that support these goals. And then to the right of our page is page 16 in your packet. So our first goal is to have our manager leadership utilize equity focus, interculturally competent practices partnered with an assessment that they go through. And this is going to be a tool that I bring up in the project proposal that I hope you all approve today. So it's one thing to say we need to address this, and there's another thing to be able to manage it and to see if what we're implementing is a success. And I believe having a training partnered with an assessment will help with the sustainability of our efforts to see, okay, was this program effective and what type of outcomes did it produce? If we don't have some type of accountability assessment, it's hard to really manage whether or not we're effective or not. The second goal is the development and implementation of a cross-department culture audit and county DEI survey. Again, I want to highlight the development of my role was after we did our countywide survey, but that survey was very broad in its topic. It was all DEI topics. I feel that our data shows that we need specific things that are addressing our workplace culture, which helps with recruitment and retention. So I think we should do another survey, but this time be a little bit more specific in addressing our culture. And then lastly, our third goal is Douglas County staff are equipped with core competencies to support knowledge and skills development and intercultural competencies. Again, one of my core recommendations is for us to launch an inclusive leadership program partnered with that assessment that I uplifted so that we can really invest in our workforce, that we can show our leaders how to be inclusive, that will directly impact our workplace culture, and that assessment will help us to develop a baseline understanding of where we are currently in specific areas that we can grow. Equitable policies and procedures. This is found on page 17 of the plan that you have right now. On the right side are survey results and data. Are things, again, that help to support these. So we have two goals specifically for our equitable policies and procedures. The first goal is human resources and other policy-making staff must go through a DEI policy-making course to infuse inclusive policies at all levels of county practice. It's one thing for me to come in as our DEI officer and say, I think we should do this and I think we should do that. But we need to be able to educate, empower, and engage our leaders so that they are equipped to be able to do those things. And then goal 2 is Douglas County should develop a process to regularly review and update existing policies to eliminate bias, unintended consequences, and systemic inequities across all groups. And then our fourth strategic pillar is strengthen community relations. And our 3 goals are Douglas County partners with institutions, organizations, and community groups that assist in recruiting diverse talent. The second goal is to develop talent pipeline strategies focused on enhancing and elevating career readiness opportunities. The more that our community understands about all the unique career paths that we have 22 departments here that do very different things. And so I feel our community needs to know what we're doing, and we need to be able to have strategies where we're assisting them with career readiness tools. And then goal 3 is to establish a countywide brand for all departments to adhere to that communicates internally and externally who we are as a county. Our no matter what department we're talking about, our community should know that when they come to Douglas County, that our employees value these core competencies and they can expect these things. And we've never had kind of a countywide brand, employee brand, where we're communicating about who we are. So I think that's important. So lastly, I want to uplift this inclusive leadership program, and then I'm excited to be able to welcome John Ewing up here, where he can share why he thinks that this inclusive leadership program is important and why he is open to piloting this program with all of his managers and supervisors within his department. So really briefly, our inclusive leadership program, I would love within the next year to have 3 different leadership cohorts go through this program. And so on average, it would be about 25 to 30 people with a total of anywhere between 70 to 80 folks that would go through it. And we should start with our leaders. Matter of fact, I would love to welcome the opportunity for each of you to also go through this program. When we have leaders from the top that are invested and showcase their commitment, it's easier for that buy-in as we trickle down throughout our county to entry-level positions. And so this inclusive leadership program will focus on, of course, cultural competency, but also conflict resolution. It will also help us to identify our own DEI why. Why does this matter? Why does it matter that we have a workforce that reflects the community that we serve? And then give us really practical things to apply into how we show up as leaders. And then the assessment is how we can measure our impact and our success. And the last thing on there is I think it would be great for me to become competent with this certification so that we don't have to bring in outside consultants to come and help us navigate through these competencies and how we can grow. So I want to pause for a moment and welcome John Ewing up here to share why he's willing to pilot this program in his department.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
And thank you, Marissa. Congratulations, first of all, to Madam Chair for your reelection and Commissioner Kavanaugh and also Commissioner Morgan. I'm excited to be able to start my 42nd year of public service, and I know I look much too young to have been doing this that long, but I'm excited also for this potential partnership. We are committed as the Douglas County Treasurer's Office to having every one of our supervisors and higher, including myself and my administrative team, be part of this inclusive leadership program. And we are willing to put our money where our mouth is by contributing $5,000 from our budget to help make this happen. I think, quite honestly, you all have hit a home run with Marissa as the coordinator for this program, and she's doing a fantastic job, as you can see, with a number of leaders from other departments here as well. I lead an organization that has gone from about 50% female to about 81 or 82%. So it's critical that I and the leadership team are committed to making sure they are welcomed, they feel included, and they feel that they are a critical part of our organization. Vita earlier mentioned retention, and that is critical with the county workforce, and I think something like this program helps that tremendously. We are always striving to do everything we can to have an inclusive environment and make sure our people feel valued. Every one of them knows everything that goes on in the organization. When we have our senior staff meetings on Monday, we make sure every member of the organization gets the minutes and can give us input on where we're looking to try to lead the organization. So we're excited. I believe DEI is critical to the future success of the county. I was a member of the Omaha Police Department for 24 years, 9 months, 1 day, and 7 minutes, not that I was counting. And we had the fourth most diverse department in the United States of America. I worked with some great people like Tom Warren, Brenda Smith, Don Thorson, Eric Buskey, people who have continued to lead in this community. And we were, and still, I believe the Omaha Police Department still is one of the best police departments in the United States of America because of that diversity and the opportunity to have diverse viewpoints when you're making decisions on leadership. So that's why I think it's critical to the county as well. So thank you. We would love to be able to partner with you on this effort.
Thank you, and congratulations to you as well, John. And before we go to comments, were you finished, or did you have more to?
No.
Okay, you were done?
Yep,
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. John, just real quick, congratulations on you as the top vote getter in Douglas County in your reelection as well.
Thank you. I'm proud of that. Actually, 2 election cycles in a row, not that I'm competitive at all.
Well deserved. Good job.
Thank you.
Marissa, thank you for this report. I really am taken with your in-depth presentation. I just have one technical question.
Sure.
This survey, could you tell me a little bit about that in terms of the survey instrument itself and how that was developed and what, in surveys, they'll often say, 2,000 people, plus or minus 3% or something like that. Do you have any of that information you could share with us?
So just to get clarity, when you say like 2,000 or plus or minus, as far as who all has participated with it?
Yeah, there'd be a sample in a survey, and it would be a specific number.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was doing a survey, I would say I had a sample of X number of people that we actually surveyed, and the survey margin of error, I guess you would call it, would be plus or minus some small percentage.
Okay. Well, I don't have those numbers, but I can provide more context around how it's done, what type of information it gives. I am excited to share that actually Madam Chair Marianne Borgeson and Chris Rogers, Patrick Bloomingdale, our Chief Administrative Officer, and myself we were able to go through this assessment with a consultant, and we did individual assessments, and she met with us individually to share with us where we were. I want to highlight it's not just a cultural competency, it focuses on how open to differences are you and how do you interact with differences in the world. Decision making, building relationships, finding common ground, and it ranges from denial, which means you are like, well, I don't really see differences. I think we're all just human beings and we're great together. Those are my words. She would not say it like this, okay? That's why I need to be trained in this. Ranging to advanced, which is I understand, yes, I understand my differences, I understand my identity, and then I'm willing to and I'm able to adapt to those differences and do something about it. So it ranges from denial, polarization, denial, acknowledgement, and then advancement. And so we were able to do that individually, and then we were able to come together and see what is the common kind of medium that we all share. And then she was able to give us her recommendations as a group, how we can grow together. So we were able to see kind of how the tool would be implemented, and the same thing would be done for each individual person going through this training. And then we would be able to come together and say, this is where we are as a group. We're in denial, or we're in polarization, or we're in acknowledgement. So hopefully that shares a little bit more context around the tool.
Sure. In the survey results and data portion of this, it indicates that 51% of employees participated in taking the survey. So
yes,
we have a couple thousand plus employees. Would it be fair to say that about 1,000 of Douglas County's employees participated in this survey?
Yes. So it was launched about 1.5 years ago, and there was a little over 1,100 folks who participated. So as we launch this next one, I would love for us to jump up to 65%, but I am very competitive, so.
You know, just as a survey sample, that's an extremely high survey sample.
Absolutely.
Which would usually result in an extremely accurate level of finding. So when you're talking about these percentages, they're probably right on. One question I would have, and I don't expect you to have the answer off the top of your head, but I'd be interested in each of the departments or offices that were surveyed, the level of participation from office or department to office or department would be something of interest to me.
Absolutely. So we have an overarching, just similar to this plan, it's overarching, but the consultant that was hired, they came up with individual results for each department. So we have that data available to us as well. So when I meet with each of our department heads, we'll be able to use the data from their specific department with that workforce dashboard and bring those together to come up with a customizable, I guess you could say, miniature DEI action plan for their needs.
And the consultant that assisted in this survey, who was that?
Yes, Touchstone Consulting with Ralph Lassiter.
And do you know the amount of their contract?
No, I do not. That he was hired before I came.
Gotcha.
Time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marissa, thanks for the report. You and I have gotten a chance to talk on a couple of occasions when you can actually track me down. I appreciate your patience. Hey, I said this during the strategic session that we had a few weeks ago, so I don't want to be too redundant, but a lot of it, I wanted you to break some stuff down for me real quick, if we have the data. When you, a good portion of the jobs at the county level are utilitarian in nature. So in other words, as opposed to being at Google where you have somebody who's been trained, or in the private sector, somebody's been trained in a variety of areas, graphic arts, they deal with websites up front, they're doing all kinds of stuff. And what that leads to on certain occasions is a flatter hierarchical structure. So you'll have a manager and you'll have 12 people and they're in sleep pods and they come out and there's no other manager. We don't do that at the county level so much. Here's what I'm getting at. That's a horizontal, flat, hierarchical structure. At the county level, a pretty predominant piece of it is militaristic. So it's a pyramid. Mm-hmm. You report to this person, you will not report to the engineer. You don't have any reason to talk to the head engineer, the person who got elected. There's a management structure involved. With that in mind, do the survey results break some of that stuff down? So in other words, do we break answers out based on departments and their operational structure? So when we have a 38 or 44% stated Douglas County was taking active measures to seek out a diverse candidate pool, does it compare and contrast between those different hierarchical structures? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it does for each department. So, and then
That's
something.
probably not in this, but you and I could talk about it.
Yes, it's
Right.
not in that report, but in that workforce dashboard, which I was able to briefly showcase the last time we met, it
Right.
has the information there. So
Right.
it has it overall, but then it has from department to department, and then we also have those same reports from the survey results.
Has that been, here's my final thing, has that been difficult to weave your way through? It would seem to me it would be difficult.
Yes.
I'm not saying we should change it. I'm just saying your job's probably kind of difficult.
My job is 100% difficult. Thank you for acknowledging that. But I also want to say that
I was asking.
it definitely is, but it's so rewarding. I would like to say right now we're currently building a new data point, and we developed 5 different areas of, I guess you could say, decision-making power, because when you look at our EEO categories, which is what our data is broken down into, you can't necessarily always tell from department to department who has the most authority, I guess you could say. So right now we're working with our GIS department right now, and we've developed 5 core categories ranging from entry to executive, so that then we can go even more in the weeds, Commissioner Friend, to be able to come up with specific strategies to assess those needs.
That's great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan?
Appreciate all of the work you've been doing and communicating with the board. The other question I have is, how soon will the leadership group start? Will those meetings start?
Absolutely. So our very competitive treasurer would love for us to start next week, but we do have some dates for his department to begin in December. And then as far as the other cohorts that are for our DEI Executive Advisory Committee, and hopefully another one that has other leaders such as yourselves and elected officials, those are to be determined, but hopefully the beginning of January, another cohort would be able to be released.
I know you mentioned for some of us to possibly participate. Send us that information when
Absolutely.
you can. And then the Chamber of Commerce has had a leadership Omaha group for more than 25 years. I was part of starting that with Jan Stoney back a long time ago. And I know it's been very, very successful, the young people that participate. Have you talked to them about their program just to have a feeling of how the
Yes.
duplication might be or some of that?
Absolutely. I work with them regularly, so much so they asked me to be one of their DEI advisors. So I sit on actually their leadership council, and they have a code initiative. They have a phenomenal leader. His name is Dell Narid, and so I'm able to also partner with them to understand the trends that are happening in the metro area, so that we can be really strategic in what we're releasing. So that helps me to stay up to date with data and trends, so that we are a competitive workforce and that we're communicating to our community why Douglas County is an amazing place to come and work. So if I don't know what's happening and what everyone else is saying, it's hard for me to ensure that we're setting ourselves up to be the most successful.
And I'm not saying this to be nice to you, but I think you'd be an excellent resource for their group to participate in some of their meetings
Thank you.
about what you're doing here at the county.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
A brief moment to express thanks for all your hard work this past year and leading up to this proposed action plan as well. I know that being one DEI officer, one staff member for a county of 2,400 employees and 22 departments can probably appear to be a daunting task to take on, but you have found ways to create tangible, concrete action steps that we can take practically and affordably to really improve our efforts in the DEI space, and also have been very intentional about engaging our department heads and department staff, which is an important partnership that you need to continue to nurture, right, in order to have that buy-in and have those success efforts that you're looking to have in this action plan. So the figures that I saw in the plan that you're pitching are pretty nominal. So I definitely support what's being pitched there in regards to the training and leadership programs and whatnot. So just wanted to express my thanks to you for all your efforts.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Definitely.
Okay, no other lights? Anyone else wishing to speak on this agenda item?
All right. Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. A very nice presentation, by the way. However, I would like to have somebody as good at that to stand up here and defend the Constitution of the United States. The Equality Clause, I think, supersedes just about everything we've heard today. But what upsets me most is some of the language in writing and vocal. Goes along with what I've been reading about in terms of the critical race theory. And I think as a taxpayer, I would expect my county people to have already worked out the problems in the employment situation. I remember years and years and years ago at the phone company when EEO came in, and diversity training wasn't the word then, but it was everybody had to follow toe the line. As a private employer, Douglas County is free to do that. But as a county taxpayer-supported organization, you're not free to supersede a constitution and institute certain things, bringing in the community partners, and everybody from around Omaha with power, those 501c3s, while little people like me sit down here and have to listen to it and pay for it. This is nothing more than a revision of the old EEO programs. Cram it down your throat. But the spirit of the Constitution should be enough. It's your responsibility and your lawyer's responsibility to make sure that your employment practices follow the Constitution. Not something like this. You ought to rethink it. You're cramming stuff down people's throats at my expense. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, again, thank you, Treasurer Ewing and Marissa. And any questions on this, I would just say get to Marissa, and then we'll bring it back for approval probably the very next meeting. Okay. With that, the last thing we're going to do before we get back to the original agenda are recognizing the county employees who have retired. Is Charlene Pierce, Ron Urbach, or Gabriel Ortiz in the audience today? Seeing none, they are retiring. Charlene has worked in the county treasurer's office for 18 years. Ronald Urbach has worked in the county health department for 32 years. And Gabriel Ortiz has worked in the county health department for 18 years. That's nearly 70 years of experience upon their retirements, and we thank them very much for their service and employment of Douglas County, but their service to Douglas County residents. And so with that, do we have a motion to approve these recognitions A, B, and C?
So moved.
And motion by, I forgot who did one. Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Boyle. And Commissioner Rogers, your light's on? No? Okay. All right. With that, please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
And now if I could get a motion to recess out of the Board of Commissioners and enter into the Board of Equalization. Motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Board of Equalization, roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Friend?
Here.
Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers? Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, November 1st, 2022. And item B, call for a meeting and set Tuesday, December 6th, 2022 as a date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax roll or increased value on property. Is there a motion to approve A and B? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next are citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we have two appeals. The first is an appeal of rejection of homestead exemption for Karen York, 5121 Webster Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68132. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Commissioners. The presentations ahead of this were all stellar. I don't think I can keep the bar quite that high. This one has a lot of moving parts, and so I'll do my best to synopsize it for you. But let's start with this. Ms. York owns a big, sturdy brick house located at 51st and Webster. And for 2022, her assessed value is $532,700, okay? That number becomes important because, among other things, the homestead exemption program is means tested for eligibility, meaning your home cannot be over a certain amount of money in value before you're eligible. And by state law, for the category Ms. York has applied for, that number is 220% of the average value of a single-family residence in Douglas County, which for 2022 is $224,478. So for her to be eligible for a full homestead exemption, Ms. York's value had to be at approximately $505,075. Now, after you get past that 220% mark, homestead eligibility phases out in increments of $2,500 until she's completely ineligible at $525,075. So based on her value, she's ineligible. Now, there is some history here. Ms. York reached out to our office in January about her value, and at least from the notes our staff took, she was invited to schedule a preliminary meeting, which we have at that time of year for people to review their value. And to the best of our knowledge, she never scheduled one. We sent out a valuation notice at the end of May. We get a printout. Is there somebody who could help me with this? I never can. Awesome. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to wing it. But anyway, .com generates the notices for us, and they provide us a printout of what was printed and mailed. And we certainly have a listing for Ms. York at her address at 5121 Webster. She indicated she didn't get any notice and couldn't protest. And we also get a certain number of notices back every year from the Postal Service as undelivered. Hers wasn't in that number. So to the best of our knowledge, the notice was printed for her. It was mailed out. Whether it ended up in her mailbox or not, I don't know. The odds are pretty good, but I don't know. And so she never filed a valuation protest. So at this point, her remedy to challenge value, she does have the opportunity. There's a specific state law that says if you didn't get notice, you can petition Turk before the end of the year. I don't know if she's done that. But that's the process piece. Now, as for the valuation piece, her property is valued at $162.31 a square foot. And I would post, I don't know if somebody wants to make a copy, but I would post, we've got sales in her neighborhood of properties similar to hers that went for $196 and $175 a square foot in selling price in 2019 and 2021. And property similar to hers in size, style, quality, and condition are valued in her neighborhood at between $163 and $167 per square foot. She's at $162.31. I think she's in the ballpark valuation-wise. In preparation for the hearing today, I did have the appraiser for her neighborhood reach out to her and say, would you like us to come out and do an inspection? Simply because her complaints in the past about her property have always been about the condition of the home. And she declined, which is her right to do. On the other hand, it becomes a harder argument to make that my property is in bad condition when you provide nothing, no pictures, no repairs, no nothing, and you turn down an inspection. So I think where we stand now is she's got a home that's worth about $532,000 and is no longer eligible for homestead exemption.
Okay. Any questions or comments from anyone? Is Ms. York here today?
You know, there was a lady that I would have bet dollars to donuts was her that was sitting down here.
Oh, okay.
And she left during the presentations.
Okay.
And I kind of thought, well, maybe she just went to plug a meter or something, but I haven't seen her back.
Okay. All right. Okay. But again, bottom line is because of her valuation and it looking as if it's equalized amongst the neighbors, she does not qualify for homestead exemption.
That's what it appears. And let me clarify one other thing, too. I don't want people to get the impression that you can get $500,000 worth of property exempted through homestead. What ends up happening is if you're within the eligibility amount, then the top exemption you could get if your income is in line is, for her category, 120% of the value of a single-family home in Douglas County. So she would max out in terms of an actual exemption at about $269,000, and she'd pay taxes on the balance of the value.
Okay.
Were she to qualify at a lower amount.
But she could, but you said she could go to.
There is a mechanism. A
Okay.
few years ago, the state legislature passed a law that says if you don't get notice that you think prevented you from filing a protest or an appeal of some sort, you can petition the Turk for a review of your property, but you have to do it by the 31st of December
Okay.
of whatever year you feel aggrieved.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Help me out here. I'm just trying to understand.
Sure.
This request for a homestead exemption, according to the action requested in the document that I'm looking at, is action requested grant taxpayers request. Is that what?
Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk. We just essentially we're, the property owner submits their appeal to us, and basically, so they're kind of the ones submitting the paperwork. So they're asking for. So we just kind of put what they're asking for on that. But obviously, the assessor's office is asking for their determination to be upheld. But we put in that area in the request form.
We don't really handle the protests until it's been filed in a fait accompli. So how it gets put on the agenda or what the ask is really not up to us.
Okay, so that means we're granting their request for the protest of the denial of their
I guess it also raises some questions, you know? At what, I mean, at what level would you put her value to be able to grant her protest? Last year, she was a partial qualifier, and I think she had 120,000 worth of value exempted and paid taxes on the remainder. So in filing the protest, I don't know, is she asking you to put her back to $505,000 so she'd be at the maximum value amount, or is she asking for something other? I'm not sure.
Okay.
But yes, she wants to be in the homestead program in some fashion.
Sure, sure. And I'm just trying to get to what exactly we're voting on here. If we vote yes,
Sure.
what would that be?
You could put, I guess you could put her at, let's see, you could put her at 50, you could do one of two things, I guess. Well, I'm not sure, actually. From a process standpoint, technically, you don't have the ability to alter her value once that time to file a protest with you folks comes and goes. If you were to grant her homestead request, it would de facto put her at somewhere around $505,000 in value.
But I'm talking about this exact vote when we press the button here, green or red.
Sure.
This is a vote, if we say yes, press green, that we're granting her request for an appeal. Is that correct? I mean, I'm looking for.
She wants to appeal our denial of homestead exemption, but candidly, I'm not sure what the hell she's asking for.
So Teresa, York County Attorney's Office, if I may jump in, Mike and Commissioner, I think it'll depend on how you phrase your motion and for what you're going to vote on. But I see the confusion, and I think that the taxpayer has requested that you go ahead and grant their request, which is their appeal. So if you're thinking of denying it, I think you'll need to phrase the motion along the lines of rejecting the appeal and denying the taxpayer's request. And I think that would address the agenda item and then hopefully clarify what the vote would be on. That's where thinking of that motion.
Thank you. And if I understand, Counsel, you're saying if we vote yes, we're just granting her right to appeal.
Teresa, York County Attorney's Office. Again, I think it'll depend on how you phrase the motion. And I just say that because I think this board has phrased the motion in the positive or the negative, and so I think it'll depend on how you phrase the motion. The request that is before you today is from the taxpayer. The taxpayer has said, please grant my relief. I'm appealing the rejection of the homestead exemption. So they're saying, give me the homestead exemption, grant me the relief I've requested. And so I think you'll need to phrase your motion to say we are rejecting your request and we are denying you the homestead exemption if you want to do that.
Okay, so if that's the resolution, that we deny the homestead exemption request, is there a separate resolution that we would have to grant her right to appeal, or is it automatic that she has to grant?
Commissioners, this is the appeal. This is the appeal.
Well,
right now.
She's got an automatic right to appeal to Turk anything you do today.
Okay. Just from a procedural point of view, do appeals from our decision go to Turk?
Yes.
Or what happens?
Teresa, York County Attorney's Office. Yes, there is a further appellate procedure, and she may take your decision to Turk if she so chooses.
Okay, but we don't have to do anything. It's not in our purview to grant her right to do that appeal. She has it automatically.
Time.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan.
And I don't know this person, but my thought would be maybe to lay it over for a week and at least give her a chance to come and make a statement, or 2 weeks. I guess 2 weeks would be my recommendation, and I'd ask that maybe we let her know it was laid over and see if she wants to come here and state some reasons why this should be considered.
Okay, so is that a motion to lay
Yes,
over for 2 weeks?
I'd make that a motion.
Motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Friend. Any further questions or comments?
And I just comment, she could have had a doctor's appointment or anything.
Right.
She made the trip here, and then we had other items.
Right.
It'd be a fair thing.
absolutely. Please vote.
One moment, please. All right, thank you.
Sure. Well, we've got another one. I'm not going anywhere.
Motion to lay over passes 7-0.
The next item, we do have another appeal of rejection of homestead exemption for Amy Hamtack at 4880 South 51st Street, Omaha, Nebraska 68117.
Good morning, Commissioners. Once again, Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. This one has fewer moving parts. Ms. Hamtack purchased her home in October of this year. State law requires to be eligible for homestead that you be an owner occupant of your home for a majority of the year. And they define that as between January 1st and August 15th of each year. So basically, she filed for homestead 2 months after she potentially could have. She also filed the application late and didn't attach an income statement, which is also required. So her application failed on about 3 different levels. But the most significant one is she's only lived in the home since early October, so she doesn't qualify.
Is Ms. Hamtack here in the audience today? Okay.
I mean, I have no idea why she filed. If I were pressed to bet, I'd say the realtor probably said, oh, you can qualify for homestead, because when it comes to homestead and other exemption issues, our experience has been realtors tend to be a rich fund of bad advice. She's certainly free to apply in future years.
All right. With that, what is the will of the board? Commissioner Morgan?
I'd recommend we deny it unless Teresa Urick, our advisor from the law department, tells us that we shouldn't. It seems kind of automatic that we should follow
well,
Mr. Goodwillie's thoughts on those 3 areas and the purchase in October.
Okay.
So that was a motion.
Oh, okay. All right. Motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Rogers. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
If I understand you correctly, one of the major reasons for denial is that she only occupied the home from October until now.
Yeah.
Okay. And that is, in this letter that she wrote, stated that I'm having difficulty reading her handwriting, but it says, I signed something home at 4880 South 51st Street on October 4th, 2020. That's what you're going on?
That's not 2020, but, well, I don't know, but
2022.
2022.
2022. Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay.
You know, she's certainly free to apply next year. She'll be in it January 1st and through the year, and she can apply. But at a certain...
but it's that major thing. It's the occupancy.
Well, yeah, that's kind of a big deal. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Is that it?
Yep.
There is a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0 to deny the request for homestead exemption.
Next are, thank you, Mike. Next are resolutions F through K. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan. There's no need for executive session. Does that include adjournment? Is the second agree?
Yes.
Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We will now move to our agenda for the Douglas County Board of Corrections. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend.
Here.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Madam Chair.
Present. Item 1, approval of the minutes of the Board of Corrections meeting held Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Friend. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next is citizen comments. Is there anyone wishing in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Corrections about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to our director's report. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Myers, Director of Corrections for Douglas County. You have before you my report for the month of October. After the fourth month of the fiscal year, we are $1,866,729 under budget. We do have some projects that have yet to kick off, so I don't expect that to trend that large throughout the rest of the fiscal year. We did have an exceptionally large figure spent on overtime during October, $1,064,767. That is the highest amount that I can recall. There are some reasons for that this happened, however. We had several temporary posts throughout that month that were staffed 24 hours a day due to a critical phase of our new security system installation where we did not have control remotely of doors. We had to have somebody posted with a key to allow both law enforcement and staff in and out of secure entrances of the facility, as well as staff posted in the vehicle sally port, excuse me, where our new arrestees were being brought in. Another key factor was that there were 3 pay periods in October, so that inflated that number by a third. So it is a high amount, but there are some explanations for that, and I would expect that the number in November will be quite a bit less. Enclosure number 2, Community Corrections and Reentry Services. The Sanctions Center and Transitional Discharge Center placed a total of 17 individuals pardon me, in community corrections and saved 77 bed days. We will now, going forward, the 24/7 sobriety data will be included within pretrial services. It's normally in this spot in your report. Work release admitted 19 individuals and house arrest admitted 65, and the Reentry Assistance Program, or RAP, admitted 18. In the jail, reentry services and therapeutic communities admitted 123 individuals. There was a very successful month as far as GED goes, with 6 individuals achieving a DED during October. Now on to pretrial services. Full integration of our data systems is still in progress for the revised pretrial release supervision program. However, the program has enjoyed robust support from the county court judges, and we have seen a dramatic decrease in the number of individuals held on pretrial misdemeanor charges, quite significant actually. During October, approximately 50 individuals were placed on enhanced pretrial release supervision who would have likely remained detained previously. And I'm going to ask Justine Wall to come up and provide a little more background and information on our pretrial services program.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Justine Wall, Rehabilitative Services Administrator. Earlier today, I gave you a pretty large packet that explains the pretrial program. I'm not going to go over that. I just gave you that so you can look at it once this is over. So in 2020, Douglas County was awarded a pilot for pretrial reform by the Advancing Pretrial Policy and Research. APPR provided technical assistance in order for us to reform our pretrial, and that during that reform we initiated the public safety assessment, which is an evidence-based tool designed to evaluate pretrial release success. Upon approval of the pilot, we created an implementation team, and this team was represented by various agencies, including members from the Board of Commissioners, Corrections, the Public Defender's Office, the County Attorney's Office, the City Prosecutor, law enforcement, and then also a couple county and district court judges also were on this team as well. And at this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank those individuals that participated in this process. This was a very long implementation process, and they dedicated a lot of time and effort to this project. So just a little bit about the public safety assessment. It was developed and tested on 750,000 individuals throughout the United States. The researchers tested hundreds of correlations among potential factors that contribute to pretrial outcomes. The research indicated that criminal history factors are the strongest predictors of pretrial failure. And community ties and stability factors do not improve predictability of future success on pretrial release. So just to reiterate, the PSA really focuses on an individual's success on pretrial release. It doesn't really address future recidivism. It's just about whether they're going to be successful while they're on pretrial release. The research also indicated that there appears to be less bias using the PSA based on compared to other instruments, because it does not use social factors when determining someone's eligibility for pretrial release. The PSA does use several factors to predict 3 outcomes. The first outcome is failure to appear. The second outcome is new criminal arrest while on pretrial release. And the third outcome is new violent criminal arrest while on pretrial release. Using these scores, we then determine a level of supervision for the individuals that are on pretrial release. And this supervision then determines the conditions that are assigned to them for supervision. Some of the conditions of supervision include criminal history checks, court reminders, phone calls and texts, scheduled meetings with our pretrial specialists, 24/7 sobriety, and GPS monitoring. For those who may be familiar with our previous pretrial release, essentially the supervision required individuals to call in once a day to ensure that they were complying to the conditions of pretrial release. And as from that list I just mentioned, we have significantly increased the amount of supervision that we do for the individuals that are on pretrial release in an attempt to make them more successful while they're on the program. The PSA does recommend the release level and the supervision conditions. However, it does not really determine eligibility for pretrial release. It's just a recommendation that we're making. The courts ultimately decide whether they're going to be an individual you put on pretrial release, and the courts will also decide whether they're going to follow the recommendations for the release level and the supervision conditions. Thus far, the judges have been very supportive of this program, and our numbers have reflected their support of this program. We currently have 3 full-time pretrial specialists who do the scoring of everyone who goes to court in the mornings and afternoon, and that can range every day from 30 to 100 people that they're evaluating on a daily basis. Due to these numbers, we have started the hiring process to increase the pretrial specialist to do the evaluations and also to increase the supervision that we're providing. I did speak to one of our pretrial specialists this morning to look at their caseload, and as of this morning, one of my pretrial specialists had 108 people on their caseload. And so we have 3 people. I spoke to another one who had 115, and I'm pretty sure the third one, we try to keep the cases pretty even. The third one will have close to 115 as well. That also includes 66 individuals who are on GPS monitoring, which is at the highest level of supervision for the program. So just kind of a recap of the changes that we did make for the program is that we switched from the Virginia pretrial risk assessment to the public safety assessment. We increased the supervision that we provide for individuals that are on pretrial release, which I believe has made the courts more comfortable with putting individuals on the program. And now the 24/7 program, which used to be a standalone program, is now part of the pretrial services, as well as GPS is part of pretrial services as well. So just some of the next steps that are planned is to train our new staff. We will implement a case management system. We have started that process, and we are already utilizing it. However, the integration between the jail system and this, our new case management system, is not ready yet, which is why we haven't been able to provide complete aggregate reports on the individuals and the supervision that we're doing. We are also looking to improve to streamline the notifications between us and the court systems, and also to enhance the supervision that we're providing. And then also a component of this program that we haven't really touched on yet is the case management piece. So really the PSA is about ensuring someone's success while they're on the program, and that means showing up for court and not getting in any new arrests. And while the PSA does show that social factors are not high, I do not have a high correlation in regards to someone being successful on pretrial, we do want to initiate some case management aspects of it with some social services to help individuals who want assistance to make those connections. So we haven't really implemented that process yet. It's been hit and miss for individuals who do request services with stuff like employment and housing. Even though this is not the main point of this program, we still feel that there's benefits to this that can help individuals in the future. That's essentially just a kind of quick explanation of the program. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. Commissioner Boyle?
I just have a question. I'm not sure if it'll be for you or for Mike, but this whole program seems to make some sense to me, so that those folks who can't post bond and have to, go to their jobs in order to support their families. I mean, those are the folks that I think would benefit from these types of situations. The question I have is, do we have any projections as to how this would decrease the population of inmates? I see there that you say that during October, approximately 50 individuals were placed on this who would likely have been detained. So any projections as to how it would impact population at the jail?
What I can say is during the first 6 to 8 weeks, you can almost see a person per person reduction in the jail population as these numbers have gone up for community supervision. How long that can continue before it plateaus, I'm not quite sure yet. I'll be honest, I think this program grew to the point where I maybe hoped it would be in at least 6 months to a year within the first 6 weeks. Hence the need that we're kind of scrambling to bring caseloads down under 100 by, filling a couple other positions to share that work.
So
but potentially, it could certainly go to a bigger number than what we have. But how big, I think it's a little too early to say.
So it's like we'll be shifting the work from the correction center to the social workers.
Absolutely. So you can assume, depending on the size of the housing unit, that every 30 to 60 individuals who are supervised in the community closes a housing unit. Okay. And that reduces our cost of operation by well over $1,000 a day and funds this program.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, folks, and either of you could address this, Mike, Justine. What is the? So when you're talking about what we did in October in regard to the 50 individuals that were on enhanced pretrial release supervision, can you quickly tell me what it looks like if somebody doesn't just slip up, and I'm not trying to be pessimistic here, but somebody doesn't just slip up from an additional crime standpoint, but they violate the protocol or the tenets of that pretrial release. Judge issues a warrant. What does Douglas County Sheriff's Department has to go out and find that person, fugitive unit. How does that work? I mean, just from a practical standpoint.
Yeah, and I'm going to let Justine fill in a little bit in case I don't get this quite right. But so we have a couple of different processes depending upon the immediacy or severity of the violation. We have a process to where we have sort of almost a standing warrant that we can issue. It's a temporary warrant. If there's a GPS violation that we find particularly of concern, that that warrant can be basically executed almost in real time. And then yes, the fugitive unit, the fugitive task force may be involved in include the Douglas County Sheriff's Office in apprehending the individual. That is not unlike our 24/7 sobriety program when we had people who would fail to show up for a test. A warrant was issued and fugitive task force would be involved in apprehension of those individuals.
Okay, so and it's hypothetical. So somebody cuts off an ankle bracelet. That's not they're not violating a statutory. That's a protocol. Somebody's got to go find them. You guys from corrections can't go do that. How quickly seems extreme to have them ride in the back of a squad car all the way back down because they either broke the ankle monitor or cut it off, but it's still a violation of protocol. So does that automatically bounce them from potential pretrial release after that? Does a violation of that protocol eliminate them from that discussion going forward?
Not necessarily. That it is always up to the judge. So it'll go back. They would likely have their bond revoked based on the fact that they violated the conditions of their bond at the next court hearing. They and their attorney can make the case that they deserve another chance or deserve a different set of supervision conditions, and it would be up to the judge to make the decision whether that person should remain in custody at that point or be placed back on community supervision.
Okay, I appreciate that, just from a practical standpoint. Thanks for the info. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thanks. Just so I'm clear, when Commissioner Boyle asked you, these programs have had an impact on our population, of reducing the population. I think, if I heard you right, you said, yeah, it was almost a 1-for-1. And then I'm looking at the average daily population number, and it shows an increase of 10 month over month. Could you just rectify that for me, please?
Yes. So the program was just getting started, around the 1st of October. We really didn't see the impact collectively until later in the month, and that didn't completely balance out. Now, I can tell you that later in the month of October and into November, our population is probably about 50 or 60 lower than what it was early in the month.
Yeah, I see kind of a leveling off of the average daily population, and we're at about 1140 right now, which is relatively low number considering the history of the population. It'd be interesting going forward if we could see that as kind of a breakout, because I think that's really where the rubber meets the road on the value of these programs.
Absolutely. Yep.
Right. The standard questions. The racial makeup on page 33 indicates a continued majority minority population of 66.29% in the correction center, which is on the high side of our historical majority minority population, with a white population of only 33.71%, which is almost upside down of what the county's population is. I understand you don't have any control over that. I'm just noting that for the record. Under authorized personnel on page 3, we have an overall authorized personnel of 494 and on hand as of the report 419, or 84.8%. But under the frontline corrections officers, we have authorized personnel of 349 and on hand of only 285, which is 81.7%. And I think you indicate that 9 correction officers left in October?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. So, I mean, that's a troubling trend. I know that you had 8 correction officers graduate from the academy in the same month, so we're kind of treading water there a little bit, but we're staying at a very low on-board staffing at the front line correction officers category. I just point this out because looking at the information on overtime, vacation, FMLA, light duty, and comp on page 4 and 5, particularly the overtime, is at a year-long high. I don't know how far back we go, but it's as high as it goes on this graph right now. There's a direct connection between low staffing and overtime, isn't there?
There is, and then, like I said earlier, there is a couple other factors involved with the security project and just the simple math that we had 3 pay periods in that month that
I'm
hit.
sorry?
We had three pay periods in October, so that sort of artificially bumped that number up a bit. But you are correct. You know, the staffing levels are our biggest driver of overtime.
And finally, a little bit of good news, I guess, that COVID in the population was 0 in terms of new infections, and there were only 2 staff who tested positive.
That's correct. We've had, you know, I'm coming to you later in the month. We have had a couple of inmate cases in November, but overall, we've been doing well.
And vaccinations continue.
And vaccinations continue.
Thanks very much.
And Commissioners, I kind of got out of order.
I know,
We did
I
questions, and I still
just
haven't covered
realized
everything.
that.
I can go
Yep,
back to
go
that
ahead.
if you'd like. Okay. Enclosure number 3, our compliance. Our regular documentation is still being collected for all of our compliance processes. And we received a draft support of our security audit, which took place in September. We are currently reviewing that report, and recommendations will be considered and implemented as needed. In enclosure number 4, personnel. We did have 9 officers leave below the rank of sergeant in October. We did have 8 officers graduate in October. We are continuing accelerated training classes and overlapping field training. This change allows us to put new officers on the floor every 4 weeks. 10 officers began the academy on October 17th, and 9 officers were promoted from CO1 to CO2. Enclosure number 5, population. We had 1,220 admissions and 1,251 releases. Our high count was 1,173 and our low count was 1,107. Our average daily population was 1,140. That is an increase of 10. However, I can tell you today we are roughly 100 people fewer than that, and I think the pretrial release program is one tangible reason why. We had 66 custodial sanctioned bed days. The U.S. Marshal population increased. The felony pretrial population decreased. As I mentioned, the misdemeanor population decreased significantly. Probation violations remained stable. 19% of our population were between the ages of 18 and 24. 66% of our population were minorities. 16% of our population were female, and 19% of our population were homeless or nearly homeless. Enclosure number 6, medical, there were 1,090 intake screenings. There were 408 health and physical assessments. Inmates were sent out 26 times for emergent medical care. 7 of those were by 911. There were 6 hospital admissions, which resulted in 7 days of hospitalization. And there were 38 off-site specialty medical appointments. Enclosure number 7, mental health. There were 130 initial psychiatric assessments, 16 initial mental health assessments. There were 62 mental health infirmary placements, and there were 153 individuals placed on drug and alcohol withdrawal protocols. We had 7 referrals to the Board of Mental Health, and 10 were transferred to long-term psychiatric facilities. Other items of note, we do continue to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. As Commissioner Kavanaugh mentioned, we did during October enjoy that we had 0 known cases among the incarcerated population, and only 2 staff members had tested positive throughout that month. Our staff vaccination rate remains at approximately 75%. During September, we administered 69 first doses of Moderna, 29 second doses of Moderna, and 144 booster doses. Separately, at Community Corrections, the Douglas County Health Department administered 20 doses of Moderna. As of November 1st, we have fully vaccinated 1,913 incarcerated individuals and provided boosters to 417. We have begun educational campaigns to encourage our staff and inmates to receive the Omicron-specific COVID vaccine booster, as well as the annual influenza vaccine. Our recently established recruitment teams have begun outreach to colleges and career fairs, and actually just this past week spoke at a local high school. Another transformational project at the Department of Corrections was launched in November, so it will be reported more fully on it in the next Board of Corrections report. The inmate tablet system went live during the week of November 7th, after over a year of planning and infrastructure enhancement. And finally, our own app for our peer support program was also launched in November. And that, again, I will have someone talk to you about in an upcoming report. But it provides 24-hour access to the peer support team, wellness resources, and referral information to local mental health professionals who have expertise in working with individuals who specialize in helping first responders. And if there are any additional questions, I'm ready for those.
Any other questions or comments? So I just have one, Mike or Justine, about the pretrial. So the individual has to come in and become an incarcerated individual before they're actually put on pretrial, right? So it's not really well, it's kind of a diversion, but it's not a diversion to the system, but it's a diversion from having to stay within the facility. Right.
Correct. Their court case is still going to go on, as if it would have if they were incarcerated. But they do have to, they'll be booked in, and the assessment is done, the day that they make their initial court appearance, which is typically 1 to 3 days, depending on what day of the week people get arrested. And so this, while it doesn't divert people from the front door, it gets them out much more rapidly and hopefully with much more of their stability intact.
Okay. And now that things are calming down a little bit in terms of the pandemic and getting this launched, the pretrial launched, and I really would like to revisit a night court or weekend court at least, just for a business plan to be put in place to see. And the reason, I mean, you just said it, depending on the day someone comes in, if they come in on Friday, they're sitting there till Monday. If they come in on Friday and it's a holiday, they could be there till Tuesday or Wednesday. So anyway, that's just something that I'm gonna keep kind of throwing out there to at least put a business plan together so we can look at what the cost would potentially be. And if it's starting just on the weekend, fine, but let's see if we could get that kind of started again for conversation.
Absolutely. I'll reach out to the stakeholders that would need to be involved in that project.
And then lastly, on the overtime that you talked about as far as the security due to the construction, that's done, or is it almost done, or?
Well, that portion of it is done. We had about a 2-month period of time where I didn't actually speak to you much publicly about this because
of the
security needs, right. But we had to physically put people in several different places 24 hours a day that were automated before. We didn't have camera views, we didn't have intercom use, we didn't have door controls. So the only way to compensate for that was through the use of additional people. and that is done.
And that's, okay, that was I would be interested for you to go back and just explain the process of how that overtime was determined and by whom.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, with that, any other questions or comments for our Director of Corrections? All right, yes, let's come on forward. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, guys. I'm Sam Troya, 26615 Blondo Court, Waterloo, Nebraska. I'm actually coming from Lasting Hope Recovery Center. I'm an occupational therapist there. And I apologize, I messed up the agenda. This is my first time here, so kind of cool. Thank you for letting me in. Thank you for all of your work as well. It is beautiful to see all this in action and how the city is growing and the potential. So I'm very excited to serve the mental health population in particular. Looking at this new facility that we're looking to invest in, one of the issues that we run into at Lasting Hope is that patients come in, but they have nowhere to go. So we need this like transitional period. And one of my concerns with this new facility is that those transitional housing programs are not going to be in place. So looking at, on one end, the rehabilitative side of mental health recovery and how we're going to address that. And then on the other end, how are we investing in current resources that are already in place? Situations like right now at Lasting Hope, we have 14 open beds. We have an entire unit that is closed, and it's due to staffing. And I get it, CHI is separate from the rest of the community, and there's a lot of stuff above my pay grade, above my knowledge. But just the question is, how do we invest in current infrastructure, both at Lasting Hope and throughout the community? So thank you so much for your time. I wanted to respect it and thank you guys for improving the access for my patients. I had a gentleman recently who came from the Douglas County Correction Center, from Lincoln Regional Center, and then ended up back at Lasting Hope, and we had to send him back there. And one of the conversations we had was, how am I going to work? How am I going to find relationships? How am I going to live on my own? And I built him up, told him, this is how we'll work on it, this is how we'll build you up, this is how we'll get you there. But the reality is, we don't have that answer right now. We don't have the structures in place, and we don't have the capacity to provide true rehabilitation, but I believe we can. So with the work that you're putting in, I just ask that we invest in the longitudinal and kind of social economic pieces that are preventing people with mental illnesses from being successful. From the juvenile side all the way up through the geriatric side. Patients are not getting the basic services that they need, and I believe we can really do a lot with a little. So please, please, I'm happy to help in any way I can, and thank you for all of your work, and thank you for letting me just jump in.
Sure,
So,
thank you very much.
thank you, guys.
Thank you. With that, we do not have need for an executive session at this juncture. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Friend. Please vote. Oh, sorry, thought I pushed it.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, give me a second. I have to get my papers back in order. We'll now go back into the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Do we have a motion to go back in? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
And we'll do a roll call.
Commissioner Boyle. Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend.
Here.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, November 1st, 2022. And item B, approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, November 29th, 2022. Is there a motion to approve A and B?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next is our consent agenda, items A through U, with a few notes. On P1, that is going to be laid over until the first December meeting. So P1 is being removed from the consent agenda. And then on U3, that item, a post-acute network affiliation agreement, is actually brought by Erin Nelson, our long-term care administrator. It's just a note to, and with that, do we have a motion to approve? Is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
For the record, on item T, Westside Community School District settlement and release of claims against Douglas County in the amount of $2,235,280.81, which is rather a large amount for a settlement like this. And I'd ask maybe our county attorney to give us a little background on that for the record so that folks know what we're spending $2.2 million on here.
Teresa, York County Attorney's Office. Very briefly, this relates to the pilot, which is payment in lieu of taxes distribution that was done earlier this year, and this is an attempt to resolve amicably and agreeably to all parties that process as it relates to Westside.
Thank you. And this was, I think, in part handled by John Ewing, the treasurer, who I don't think is still here, but I'd like to commend him for his hard work on this settlement. That's progress going forward on a, kind of a contentious issue, but thank you, John.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Commissioner Boyle?
Yeah, this is just a question on item L, the acceptance of a grant from the Nebraska State Patrol to fund the Douglas County Protection Order Portal Assistance Program. $41,000 not budgeted. I'm just, when I was looking through this, it looks like this is just renewal of an agreement that's been going on for the past 7 years or something like that. But I was curious, has the amount of that Douglas County is responsible for, has that amount increased or decreased?
I think there's somebody here that can. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's Captain Will Niemock from Douglas County Sheriff's Office, here to speak about that grant.
Yeah.
It is, if you can envision it in this way, there's an existing grant structure that is on a 6-year cycle. I believe it's in year 5 of that cycle. And then there's a separate mirrored grant that has been approved that would hire a second person in that position. So that would be in year 1.
Okay, then as far as Douglas County's responsibility for payment, it looks like a lot of it's grant funded.
Yes.
Yeah, and so, and there's absolutely a need for it, I can see that. So I was just curious what percent that Douglas County ends up paying for. This is the hiring a new second position is what it looks like.
Yes, for that second new position, 100% of it is paid by grant for the first 2 years of the grant structure. Then it reduces down to 50% for the following 2 years. And then the final 2 years would be 25% of the expense would be.
Okay, so over time, Douglas County will absorb the cost
Absorb
of that.
it, yes. Okay. After year 6, then it would be absorbed.
And did that happen with the first position?
Yeah,
as
the
well?
first position I believe is in year 5 of
I
that
see what you're
process. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted an explanation. All right. Thank you very
Sure.
much.
Any other questions?
Sir, would you mind repeating your name for the record? I apologize.
Sure, Captain Will Niemock, Niemack.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, no other questions on the consent agenda. Do you have it in there, Dan, to do the vote? All right, please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next are citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. Back on August 10th, I had the pleasure of attending the Dodge County Commissioners meeting in Lincoln, Nebraska. And they had invited a presentation by a Professor David Clements in regards to the electronic voting machines, which he is an expert on. He's also a lawyer. And he presented documented findings. He presented a little bit of a video. And I found him quite transparent and friendly out there in Dodge County. They even let a citizen from Omaha talk. But that's just an example that Douglas County needs to have an open discussion about this election. There are an awful lot of people that have been in Omaha area showing their films, presenting their evidence, but unfortunately none of the officials around here want to hear it or see it or accept it. And that's not what transparency in government is supposed to be about. Our Secretary of State has refused document requests numerous times from one of the candidates who was a legally last minute, although write-in candidate for governor, and it didn't appear on the ballot. I voted for him, and my ballot didn't count because the election commissioner here doesn't talk about ballots that make little difference, and they maybe don't even count them. But see, that's exactly why we need the citizens challenging our officials. If we can't trust you on the elections and on certain other things, why the hell would we ever trust you on anything? And there needs to be transparency most all on that. So hear the evidence, let it present it to the people. I think you would be tremendously amazed at how many people believe it. But you see, our government and people have turned that around to say that people like me that believe it, we're the terrorists. Excuse me, there's something wrong with that, ladies and gentlemen. Something else that's wrong is, I guess, the official organ of the government here in this building is the Daily Record. And they have succumbed to the nonprofit press organizations that like to write about things and influence you more than I can, because this is your document. I see one of the people is present today that used to be with the World Herald, or still is, Chris. The title here is Nebraska election officials say that their job is more stressful and under the spotlight, simply because they've heard a few headlines from around the country. They buy into the theory that people like me are extremely getting more violent and likely to, simply because we request public records. I don't think so. Simply because we challenge you when you refuse to submit those, present those, or simply when an election commissioner says the law doesn't require us to have that, where one of the candidates quoted the state law that says they do. But we never challenge that head official, that Secretary of State, or the election commissioners in the counties. I think you're going to be real surprised. This election thing is not over. And we want more information, and we want time at the podium. We deserve fair and honest elections, and I can't believe that at 79 years old, how many years I believed in our government, national, state, and federal, believed that we could have fair and honest elections. But at 79 years old, I'm finding out that that's not necessarily true. That people with money have more power with the government than I do. And it's time to open that discussion up. Whichever side of the fence you're on, you owe it to the citizens, because we are the electors. It is our government, it is our constitution, not your personal device. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda?
Good morning. I don't know if you can all see me, but I'm Norma LeClaire from Bellevue, Nebraska. I began coming to these meetings in July of 2018, primarily to save a building. The building was saved, but when I observed your future plans, I continued to come and speak out. I have 3 notebooks filled with notes from your weekly meetings, where you heard from hundreds of very smart citizens protesting the ill-planned, overspent, too small kids' jail downtown. At least those voices are on record, even though they waited out your many filibusters to make us leave or shut us up. Our main concern has always been the welfare of kids already in trauma and their parents who may be in as much trouble as their kids. We all agree that poverty is one of the biggest underlying causes of crime, and we were concerned that you were all set to spend $37 million in 2018 on this ill-conceived building before one child in detention was helped. I find it hard to believe that you had been studying this problem for 20 years and came up with the idea of building a structure with no windows, no kitchen for meal preparation, no laundry, no gym, no free parking for parents, and only 48 beds. The many smart, informed citizens not on your payroll, diligently coming every week at 9 o'clock, paying for their own parking, taking time off from their jobs, pointed out these discrepancies, and your architect, HDR, would go back to the drawing board to revise the plan at who knows what cost to your obliging taxpayers. You grudgingly conceded to 68 beds, reflected light, and a ridiculous green outdoor space on top of this 5-story eyesore downtown. In the 4 intervening years, your audience has become more informed, and we are continuing to wake up the public concerning this fiasco. You're right about one thing. No businesses have been affected by this construction project because all but 2 were all gone, thanks to the adult jail just a few blocks up the street. Thank you very much for the opportunity to say, we told you so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the board about an item not on the agenda? Thank you.
Hi, I'm her daughter, so more of the same. I'm Nicole LeClaire, live in Bellevue. I want to show this article. So, Juvenile Center may be too small. Sunday's article, I hope you all saw it. It was on the front page. Make sure it gets in the record. So, speaking to that, I thank you for offering those lovely words and sentiments and moment of silence this morning. If we would take a moment, a pause more often, everything would go and work better. I ask you to sit with your conscience with the Juvenile Justice Center and the new mental health facility. Last time I was here, Commissioner Rogers talked about possibly me in an old battle with him. But obviously, it's not an old battle. It's alive and well. I'm afraid you would love it to be over. Sunday's article and the facts say otherwise. You also accused me of making pot shots. I appreciate that, and I'm complimented by it. A criticism, pot shot is a criticism, especially a random or unfounded one. I wish these were random and unfounded. These are facts. Read the article. Businesses, you said no businesses were affected. The Flatiron had their best year in record in 2019, and COVID played no role in their closing. Rather, it was the building of the kids' jail that had them running. The Haas shop also closed its doors. OPPD is moving. Co-located, how many locations now? This downtown one, 42nd Street, Child Saving Institute, Emmanuel or CHI, I can't remember which, Omaha Home for Boys, Susie Buffett's place on Ames, the new juvenile mental health center with Children's Hospital coming. You know, how many are there really? I'm sure I'm leaving some out. 20 years on this, you say. At the home meeting I attended last month, it was brought up that there was a kid with a knife under his pillow, another with a gun on Instagram, and another sent back to a home where his victim still lived. That's not working. Yesterday, you said you worked 8 years at another meeting upstairs that no one knows about on the mental health issues. Commissioner Morgan made the comment that this conversation has been going on since August. Well, the majority of the public still has no idea what you're all planning. I'm trying to make that better. So last time I was up here, I made sure to mention and show the flyer for the town halls, and especially the last one, which was that evening. I did not believe they were being mentioned enough or sometimes at all in the meetings here. That last town hall had a total of 17 people. When you subtract everyone officially from the county and all the high school kids and their teachers and those in the press, 17 people. From all the town halls and yesterday's meeting upstairs, another meeting that was not known, my takeaway is that your focus is not on the mental health of the general public, but on the mental health of those incarcerated. There is more concern about stigma for those incarcerated than for the rest of us. When you say you are passionate about mental health care, you might want to clarify that the passion is for mental health of those incarcerated. Make that clear. Again, like the kids' jail, there's not real talk about what is really needed at all. I believe in reducing stigma for all, but not just one group, and a safe space for each group, 2 separate facilities. When long-term residential mental health care is brought up, you continue to say that you cannot do it. It's not feasible. Laws have to be changed and that people would have to go to the state. You also said that you would go with people for that. I want to ask what you are doing to legislate for that. Deny it all you want, long-term residential mental health care is needed. Just today, 10 were transferred to it was mentioned, 10 were transferred from being incarcerated to long-term mental health care. There needs to be a way to figure out to do this. If you want to talk about the costs, what costs more? Incarcerating people, have people go homeless, have people commit even more crimes? Find a way, I implore you. You will not regret it. This plan that you keep talking about, you might regret. Let Sunday's article and its many printed and collected facts guide and teach you. Thank you, and I hope we can just take another minute of silence. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the board about an item not on the agenda?
I guess I want to clarify, is this item on the agenda about the Juvenile Justice Center?
We have a report from the juvenile system, but the project is not on the agenda specifically.
Well, I would be remiss if I did not speak to the people who have spoken about this center without including the fact that we have a disproportionality issue. I was quoted in that article that have been mentioned today, and one thing I want to make it very clear is that I don't care, I could care less about the size of those facilities, and you all should not either until we deal with the disproportionality that's within those facilities. We also have to deal with the fact that the Center of Disease Control has said that homicides, violent crimes, is one of the #1 issues impacting youth of today. Douglas County is not the first entity or the first community to have its juvenile reform efforts collide with an uptick in what we see as juvenile justice, uptick in juvenile justice violent offenses. What we have to do is stop focusing on whether one building is too small and look at the disproportionality that's making up the population of that building. As an African American, it bothers me when people speak about the size of a building and do not speak about the disproportionality or the disparity that takes place across every quality of life outcome for the minority children who make up these facilities. To me, it's disingenuous to say that you're concerned about the kids, but you have not spoken about the disproportionality, the racial and ethnic makeup, the disproportionate minority confinement, conviction, and contact that exists among African American children. What needs to happen is a serious conversation that's dealing with the societal factors as well as the situational factors that are contributing to the violent crime. We need to look at what's making up the disproportionality. And I submit to you, no longer can we just say race and racism is the explanation to explain away what we see as a lopsided makeup, a population makeup of our juvenile justice. And so whether it's the commissioners or whether it's people in the community, I just hope that we will pause and take our focus off the size of those buildings and look at the fact that we need to address those factors that are leading to the makeup, the disproportionate makeup of the kids that are going into those buildings.
Lavon, can you state your
Thank
name
you.
for the record before you head out? Can you state?
My name is Lavon Stennis Williams, 1941 South 42nd Street, and I'm speaking on behalf of Reconnect Inc., a youth program that works with children.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak about an item not on the agenda?
Madam Chairman, I wasn't sure if this is the proper time to speak about the juvenile justice system, but other people have spoken on it. So is it okay if I speak now?
You can, or you can wait until we do the juvenile report. It's up to you.
Good morning, Doug
It's not on,
Kagan.
if you're speaking about the project, that's fine, because that's not on the agenda, basically.
Yeah, the project itself. All right, understood.
Right.
Good morning, Doug Kagan, representing Nebraska Taxpayers for Freedom. I have to say, on behalf of our taxpayer group, shame on this board. For months and months, representatives, myself, other people from our group, other people from law enforcement, other individuals and groups came down here and told you specifically that the proposed juvenile detention center you're building downtown was simply too small and would not hold all the prospective inmates. During that time, only one commissioner really listened to us, and that was Commissioner Kavanaugh, who had an alternative proposal. We believe the board members should have seen what was obvious going on in our community, and that is the spike in our violent juvenile crime rate. It's been in all the media, the newspapers, radio, TV, and it's not going down. The only two alternatives that were in the newspaper and the media, and maybe the only two alternatives, one was to, and both would be costly to the taxpayers, one was to retain the building on 42nd Street. That would mean you'd have two facilities for the juvenile detention center. It would cost, you'd have to pay the cost for two jailers, two sets of jailers and two sets of staff. That would be incredibly costly for the taxpayers, or else send the juveniles out to other counties if they have room to incarcerate them, which may not be the case. So it looks like the taxpayers are going to have to suffer the burden for this. Nonetheless, we want you to know that we will work with county commissioners to find ways to cut the budget in order to minimize the additional costs to taxpayers. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the board about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to our committee reports. The first being the finance, the budget report as presented, and then our monthly fee reports as presented. We do have a couple of ARPA funding items. The first is an approval of a resolution authorizing the award of $250,000 to the Simple Foundation to create a safe place to play and learn for refugee immigrant families and underserved communities in North Omaha. This is brought to us by Commissioner Rogers through his investment through his allocation of ARPA dollars. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Rogers and seconded by Commissioner Boyle. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next, ARPA funding is an approval of a resolution authorizing the supplement award of $24,613 a year for 3 years for a total of $73,839 to Reconnecting to complete the funding of the operations of a day reporting program to provide a continuum of care for youth who struggle with behavioral issues associated with mental health. This is being brought by myself, Commissioner Borgeson, through my investment allocation of ARPA funds. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Boyle. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
There's another ARPA funding approval of a resolution authorizing the award of $50,000 to the nonprofit Nebraska Center of Workforce Development and Education to assist in funding the construction of the Nebraska Museum of Industry and Labor, which will be devoted to the history of Nebraska's workforce and serve as a catalyst of economic development and job creation in Douglas County. This is also being brought by Commissioner Borgeson out of her investment allocation of ARPA funds. Is there a motion to approve? Please vote.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Rogers and second by Commissioner Morgan passed 7-0.
Next is a resolution authorizing Douglas County to enter into an agreement with Flatwater Strategies LLC to administer an ARPA recovery program for small locally owned restaurants in Douglas County. This is being brought by Commissioner Kavanaugh through his investment of ARPA dollars. And please note that the resolution on the website is not correct. The one that, if approved as we move forward here, will be posted as soon after the board meeting. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Boyle. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next committee is Child and Youth, the Douglas County Juvenile Justice Update. Commissioner Rogers, did you want to introduce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to bring up Dr. Abby Carball, who manages the data for us, the report. This is the regular quarterly meeting that we usually have to report on what's been going on and what status is. And so I look forward to commenting after her presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
This is a presentation on the Youth Center. It's similar to what you've seen in the past, but because this is an interim presentation, it's not going to have exactly the same slides. So you'll see some things that are familiar, but some things that are different. So first off, this is our average daily population for the last 4 to 5 years. Through the middle of November of this year, November 16th, our average daily population was 68 youth. So our population has decreased since 2019. We are expected to end this year close to where we were in 2020. Our number of girls in detention, however, has continued to go down, and we are averaging about 6 girls in DCYC per day. This is that same information, but broken down by month. This year, our average daily population really peaked in October. We had an average daily population of 86 youth, and this is our highest population since November of 2019. Our population levels remain pretty consistent from September of 2021 through May of this year, and we really started to see that increase in our population right about June. So 57% of the youth detained so far this year have been charged in juvenile court, and just under 40% were charged in adult court. During COVID, so from June 2020 to May 2021, we saw an almost even split in the DC population by court type. And since that time, we've seen a return to the pre-pandemic distribution with a higher proportion of youth in DCYC detained on charges in juvenile court. Our admissions have been on an overall downward trend since 2007, with those especially big decreases in 2020 and 2021. Through the end of October this year, we saw 633 total admissions. That is higher than where we ended the year 2021 with 608. So again, by the end of this year, we'll likely end with our admission counts similar to where we were in 2020, but not nearly as high as we were in 2019 or any of the prior years. Admissions for youth charged in adult court have remained relatively stable. We saw some modest increases from 2016 to 2019 and decreases from 2019 to the present. Our year-to-date count of adult court youth admitted to DCYC is 89, and where we've seen the bigger population reduction is again in those youth charged in juvenile court. This number is starting to increase, though. We've already exceeded the count of juvenile court admissions that we saw in 2021. Through the end of October, we were sitting at 516. So again, we will probably be returning to the number similar to where we were in 2020, but lower than 2019. With regard to age, about 70% of our 2022 admissions have been for youth between the ages of 15 and 17. This is consistent with previous years in that the majority of our population is within that age range. However, in 2022, we have seen an increase in the amount of admissions for youth who are aged 13 and 14. We do continue to see the overrepresentation of youth of color in detention. About 77% of the youth detained on charges in juvenile court are non-white so far this year, as are about 85% of the youth held on adult charges. And again, keep in mind the larger context, about 28% of the broader Douglas County population is non-white. So as Lavon mentioned earlier, this youth of overrepresentation is not unique to DCYC. We see it at all different points within the justice system and then within many other social determinants. And so we do have multiple collaborative groups both within the county and with community organizations looking into this issue and trying to figure out what we can do to address these disproportionality issues. When we look at the admissions for the last 15 years, we see heavy concentrations of youth entering DCYC who are living in the eastern part of the county. About 1/3 of DCYC admissions each year come from zip code 68111 and 68104, and the next highest zip code is 68107, which has around 7% of admissions. This is the population and where they came from as of November 15th. And again, we see the similar trends. So 22% of youth in DCYC were from zip code 68111, 12% were from zip code 68107, and about 9% were from zip code 68104. The next few slides take a look at our snapshot population from last Thursday. So on that day, our overall population was 88 youth. 12 of the youth we were holding were from other jurisdictions, 32 had charges pending in adult court, and the remaining 44 youth had charges in Douglas County Juvenile Court. So of those 44 in juvenile court, 13 were in a pre-adjudication status, 20 were detained for new charges they received while on probation, and 11 were in detention due to probation violations. 22 of the Douglas County youth in DCYC last week were state wards. 4 of these were charged in adult court, while the remaining 17 were charged in juvenile court, and 13 of those juvenile court youth were under the supervision of both probation and the child welfare system when they were admitted to detention. This slide, I apologize, it's a little bit small, but it does show the most serious offenses for our detained youth broken down by their court status. So firearm use and homicide are the 2 most prevalent offenses for which youth charged as adults are detained in DCYC. Firearm possession and firearm use are the most common reason that pre-adjudicated youth are held in detention. Admissions to detention for probation violations are due to court-ordered detentions, failure to appear, and unlawful absences. And then this slide also takes a look at the length of stay for our youth based on their court status. So 7 youth with adult court charges have been in detention for over a year. Adult court processes generally take longer than juvenile court, including time for decisions to be made on whether those cases should be transferred to the juvenile system. So it's not surprising to see that they are generally in detention for longer. You can see that curve between the 46 to 60 day mark and the 181 to 365 day mark. We didn't look at the exact lengths of stay trends in this presentation like we usually do, but again, we have a lower rate of admission and we have a higher population, and so a lot of that is due to the longer lengths of stay that results in youth sort of stacking up within the system. And then just to talk about some of the programs and services that we have going on. This is just an updated list of things that we've talked about, I think in this meeting, but then also in other contexts. So we have a number of initiatives that focus on prevention and early intervention work, interventions specifically for system-involved youth, and then things that are happening at the Douglas County Youth Center to address the risks and needs of youth while they are there and to help bridge some of those gaps or bridge some of their transitions as they go back into the community. So if you have questions, we can talk about these in more detail, and I think you received the full handout as part of your information. So that is what I have for you today.
All right, thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
With that, any questions or comments? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Thanks for this report. Was the administration of the Douglas County Youth Center involved in compiling this report?
No, this was based on information that I have from the records that I obtained from them.
Okay. The capacity of the downtown facility is what?
144, I believe, is the bed capacity, and I think we're at an operational of 96.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you.
I apologize. I believe 144 is the design capacity, and we have an operational capacity of 96 beds for the
downtown
downtown. Apologies, 64 beds at downtown.
64, okay. And I think you indicated that the average daily population on 42nd Street is what?
68.
And today's population on 42nd Street is what?
As of last Thursday, it was 88.
88. So how do we accommodate larger average daily populations, larger daily populations in a 64 capacity facility?
That's not
I
your
don't know if that's my
answer.
question. I know that we do have, we did have 12 youth who were in from other jurisdictions. I think it just requires a closer look at who the population is.
Okay, I guess you're saying you don't know.
I personally know. I don't.
Okay, thank you. Has the administration at the Douglas County Youth Center been consulted on this question?
I think these are questions that I'm not necessarily part of the discussions for, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Havakati maybe could answer some of these questions.
I just want to remind everybody, we're talking about the current data of the current center.
Okay.
Kim Havacati, Deputy County Administrator.
Thank you. And you've seen the recent publicity and concern relative to what we're talking about here, the average daily population that we're currently running and the capacity of the new facility, average daily population and the daily population that was just cited, in excess of the capacity of the downtown facility to accommodate. So that said, what do we do about that?
I think there's a number of various options, but that would be up to the board as to what the board decides to do. I can tell you as of this morning, Commissioner, we had 83 youth in detention. 11 of those youth were from other counties. So we have gone down in this past week, even since that time period. I think some of the issues are some of the youth we have from other counties, but then also, as Dr. Carball stated, and the reason we brought this data forward is in order to make any decisions, we have to look at the data and what youth are currently in detention and what are some of the options.
No, I appreciate that. So, we're 20 over as of today of the capacity of the yet to be open facility downtown, which is of concern. And this is a concern that I've been raising for a number of years. I am interested in, have we got consultation with the administration of the Douglas County Youth Center relative to this question?
Of course, yes, we have meetings with Douglas County Youth Center all the time discussing various options, in particular looking at who are the youth we currently have in detention and what are the needs of those youth. I think one of the telling things in the slides that you saw
1 minute.
As a community is the high number of adult charged youth that we have, but also the seriousness
I totally
of offenses.
appreciate that. I'm kind of trying to use the limited time that we have here to drill down on this question of capacity. We have limited capacity of 64, and we have a population that is in excess of 64. This is a problem. And so I'm looking for, how do we reconcile this problem? This is something that, in a best case scenario should have been planned for. It was certainly foreseen years ago. I specifically have raised this repeatedly over a number of years. And I'm looking for, okay, having known this for years now, and now being faced with it, what plan do we have for dealing with this? And if there isn't one that you're aware of, that's fine. I mean, tell me that.
Time.
We'll come back.
Commissioner Friend?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Now that it's, I guess we've cracked the seal, I mean, history teaches us all kinds of lessons, and one of those lessons just happens to be that you can't change history. Always. You can't change history. You can only learn from it. So when we start down this road, when we start talking about history and what actually happened, I don't know that it's necessarily inappropriate or it's not productive. Or I don't know if it's inappropriate, but under these circumstances, probably not productive. What I can say is, and I've said it before, I think we have a practical problem. We can come up with resolutions to that problem, and we have to figure out what type of options we have available to us. So, in my opinion, and I don't know how far down I want to go down this road at the moment. I think we have to probably take. And it would refer maybe to Ms. Havacati, the Deputy County Administrator, maybe the Finance Director, to actually come up with numbers to talk about what it would really entail to budget for a transition or two facilities running. But we're talking about what we have right now. And let me finally say this. What we have right now and all of the philosophical discussions that revolve around why we are detaining youth, why we even detain adults, and the philosophy related to that as to what a county commissioner is in charge of, people need to step back and understand what we have statutory authority to do. Our statutory authority is for public safety. And the infrastructure that we provide related to that public safety. I used to make law. I don't make law anymore. Sometimes I wish I did. Sometimes I'm glad I don't. But the bottom line is, what do we have responsibility for? We all know it, and we'll deal with it. People are making, people in general in our community are making issues out of things that we can't change right now. What we have to do is be as productive as we possibly can to revolve or move ourselves into a position where we say this is going to be fiscally responsible and feasible. I just think we have to have our ducks in a row and we have to do it. So, Madam Chair, I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Commissioner Boyle?
So I'm kind of along the same lines as Commissioner Friend. There are just some things to kind of sort out, but I really do, to be honest, appreciate the information that Dr. Carbaugh gives us, because these decisions have to be data-driven, and not until we can hone in on the data do we know where to address the problem. So just as you were alluding to, Ms. Havakati, we talked about how really when you look at the length of stay by status, if we can decrease the length of stay, the bed issue could be moot, first and foremost. But second of all, our goal really is to detain or incarcerate juveniles, but not at the expense of public safety. So that's the balance that, of course, we're trying to meet. So I was wondering, when I look at the length of stay by status, what you state is true, and I want to reiterate that point, that it really is those juveniles charged with adult crimes that are really filling up the detention center. So my question is, it seems like they take longer to, quote, get through the system. And can you think of ways to address that particular issue, first of all, and second of all, give an example of other programs that are available to decrease the population that's in juvenile detention?
I think you did hit on a key area, Commissioner, and that is length of stay. Length of stay does directly impact the number of youth that you have in detention. We know with our adult youth, the average length of stay is 6 to 9 months. And you can see from the data, we have 7 youth that have been there over a year. They are very serious charges. They should not be out in the community, but it takes a long time. One of the areas that we have worked on, both from a policy standpoint and also with the district court judges, is the length of time that it takes for the motions to transfer to juvenile court to be heard by the court and a decision made. If we can shorten that time period down by the district court judges, then they can proceed to the actual case faster. That's one of the areas we're working on here. One of the concerns that when you look at this data that we do need to seriously look at and work with probation on is the number of juvenile youth that are there 3 months or longer. Because that's a long time for any juvenile youth to be sitting in detention. And we need to figure out those reasons why they're sitting and how we can move them faster. Our average length of stay time period for juveniles usually averaged between 30 and 45 days, and that has gone up. So why has that gone up in the last 3 months? What is happening both within the community, but also within our policies, our processes, that we can make a move?
Yeah, and you just hit the nail on the head. I think if we can decrease that length of stay, that would alleviate at least part of the bed crunch we're talking about. The big concern, of course, is what do we do with these juveniles who have been charged with adult crimes? Because as you said, it's not necessarily safe to have them in the community. Can we separate out that population from those juveniles that are in the system for another much less serious reason? And so I think that's where really the focus of our efforts should be, is how do we address those juveniles that are being charged with adult crimes, and what do we do with them? And then, of course, it's often a staffing issue, but how do we get programs up and running for those that can be out in the community safely and get them what they need to avoid recidivism? Right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. A couple things. I don't see a gender breakout in the report. Do we have a gender breakout on the population?
I'm going to defer to Dr. Carbaugh on that one, Commissioner.
So I don't believe I broke it down for the snapshot population, but for the year-to-date, it's predominantly males in detention.
I'm sorry?
It's predominantly males in detention. It's about I mean, maybe 10%, a little bit lower for girls.
10% female and 90% male?
Correct.
Okay. As of today, I think the population is 83, so that would be 8.3 females. In the new facility where there are 64 beds, they'll have to be segregated male and female mods, right?
Correct.
Okay. The average daily population in November of the Douglas County Youth Center is actually 90. So what does a mod hold in the new facility?
I believe they're 8.
8?
8.
So if we had 9 females, like we would in the average daily population of November, what, if anything, and maybe Kim, this is another question that we can study later on, do we have plans to do that in terms of these segregated gender mods?
Yeah, I think that's an operational question that needs to be determined.
You know, I think Commissioner Friend brings up a good question. First of all, I don't think that you could ignore history and learn anything. I think history is a teacher. And so by studying the history of this and other related matters, I think we could make a more informed consideration and decisions going forward. However, I think it would behoove us all to publicly get together and discuss what we're going to do based on these troubling statistics. I mean, we have a population that is bigger than the capacity of the new facility. And, you know, the old saying is hope for the best, but plan for the worst. So what would we do if today were the day and we had a population of, you know, 83, 90, whatever, with a facility with a capacity of 64? That, I think, deserves some public discussion, and I'm happy to join into that because we're all in this together to make sure that we get the best result possible. So I would hope that as a result of this public discussion, both in the media and here today, that we have a continued public discussion in the very near future that involves the administration of the Douglas County Youth Center, Kim, you and your office, the board, and the community. And what are we going to do to make this work, particularly for the youth involved? I mean, this is all centered on what's best for these children. And it's difficult to get to a good decision based on this discussion here today because we've got these really troubling numbers in terms of population and capacity. And again, as we had in the corrections discussion, we have really troubling numbers in terms of the minority, majority population of our detained youth. Minority, majority, in excess, I'm looking at the numbers here, of 75% minority in a community that's 72% white.
1 minute.
This is a chronic problem, and it troubles me with the adult jail. It troubles me with this population of detained kids. These are two of the really, really important issues that I think that we need to have a robust public discussion on, and sooner rather than later. So thanks for your information here today, and thanks for what you're doing. Let's see if we can, working together, make this better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Abby, stay there because I'm going to actually refer to a couple of slides here. Let me start by saying, the I told you so's, I really don't recall a lot of conversation about the capacity from certain voices. I do recall a lot of discussion about redoing the space to keep it at the same space. But here's the secret. You got 89 today. Quite frankly, we were as high as 93 at one point. And the quiet secret, as Dr. Carbajal stated, was that our max is 96. So all this stuff about the building is null and void, as was said up there. Because when we get to 96, or where we were at, we need to notify probation that we are at capacity so they can find other means for kids to go to. So the issue is not about the building at all and what it is. The issue is now. And it is clearly the point that states through those slides and the facts when it's said we need to look at history and look at history to see where things are going. You know, the things that have been said in the past, I would have a whole lot more respect if things that were said in the past were exercised in getting your hands dirty when it was time to solve the issue. Because as of right now, for the last month, almost every month throughout this year, the Child and Youth Services Committee has been meeting and talking about this. The last 3 months, we've been talking particularly about the programming on our end in pre-adjudication phase and what do we do about it. So you want to impress me and gain my respect, let me see you at the table. Abby, if you want to go to slide number 3 and I think it's 5 and 6. This number shows that the admissions have been going down. Number 6. That's 6? 5.
Yes.
I think it's 5. No, that one. That's the long-term trend. That's history. That's the facts. That number is going down. For those that may not know, there are certain touch points in the system. 1, it is arrest. Arrest happen with the Omaha Police Department and the Douglas County Sheriff. Next is the detention phase. That is probation. And they determine who goes into the facility. 3rd is pre-adjudication. That is the point where it's the county probations and the judge. And the county has taken an effort over the last 2 years or so to bring in at least about $11 million of programming to try to get at the pre-adjudication phase. But a lot of that we don't control because we need help from the courts. And then you have post-adjudication, which is probation and the judges. And none of those do we control. None of them. Abby, go to the slide that you had, I think it's 14. The one that had the 88 kids, I might be off. This is the heart of the matter. At one point, when we were at 93 kids, we had a kid from Gearing in there. So as you see, you got Scottsbluff, you got Hall County. The number that you're talking about there is not so us and we don't control to some degree. It is a system effort across the state, and I would think we're doing better with this than some. Go to the next slide, I think it is. This is another money slide. 22 kids are their state wards. They're in the child welfare system. So right now, to some degree, on some of these, we're being, we're a little bit of a cheap rent because they can sit here and not have to worry about. The question I have, particularly on the first slide, Abby, which is 88, which is one with 88, is how many of those kids may be sitting there that are in question of the state law that says a kid cannot sit there if they are their lack of placement. Of those there, a third of them, probably about 38 kids right now on adult charges. Those are the ones that need to be in there. And by our system setup, it is rehabilitative. And the question is, those other kids that need to have services. If we walk in there today, we'll be good with those kids that are really dangerous and need to be in there. So today, really, to me, is not about the building. Today is the first point of notice and alarm that is saying to all these other parts in the system, you got a year to get yourself together because we all are in this together. And by fact, when we get ready to transition, as of this point right now, we're really at a year because when that place opens up in June, you have a 3 to 6 month transition period.
Time.
And at that period is where you're going to have some answers to these things.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. So I just wanted to echo a little bit of desire to see a little bit more about that transition period and potential transition planning with the possibility of needing perhaps to have 2 facilities running for a while, whether it's 6 months or whatever the case may be. If our numbers stay where they're at right now, how do we address that a year from now? If the numbers drastically go down, that would be fantastic. So I would be happy to see that. If they don't, then what is the backup plan in that scenario? So I just like to, I think that as managers of a part of the system, specifically the detention center, what would be the backup plan if the numbers stay more or less where they're at right now? I realize that 12 of the 88 are not necessarily from our system point jurisdiction, but even at 88 minus 12, it's still 76, so still probably not a number we want to be at. But in any case, speaking to that transitional plan that appears to be in the works, I think a lot of us would love to learn more about that, maybe see that in the next presentation. But I do also recall that, in one of the previous presentations on this topic, it was mentioned that while 64 is the capacity of the new building, being at 80% or less of that capacity is the actual best practice. You don't want to be at 100% capacity and have it filled to the extreme of that capacity. So, 80% of 64 is 51 youth, so we probably want to be more at 51 or a little less than that, I'm guessing, based on that best practice that was mentioned in the previous presentation. So all that to say, as a board, we just have to deal with whatever's in front of us. Again, if numbers go down drastically, fantastic. If they perhaps do not, then what is that transitional plan or plan B, plan C if we need to execute one a year from now. So I think all we're asking for, a few of us, is just to kind of see those transitional plans as well as a potential backup plan if needed. As far as the disproportionality, which obviously is present and has been present for many years, I'm just curious to know, for one, if being between 70 and 80% minority in the population, obviously is far from where we want to be. Being that we do fund around $11 million in programming every year to address various issues in juvenile justice with our youth, I'm just wondering, first, if our current plan has metrics of where do we want to be 3 to 5 years from now? Do we want to go down 3 to 5% every year so that in 4 years we'll be at, instead of 80% or instead of 70%, we'll be down to 60% or 55%? And do we have metrics that we're striving for in future years within our current plan in the area of juvenile justice? And also, if this has been the steady disproportionality for 5, 10, 15 years or so, what are the metrics in which we hold ourselves accountable, hold our sub-grantees accountable, partners accountable? I know that previously it was mentioned that, there's some red tape like state law that binds us to one evaluator for many of our juvenile justice grants. Is that a state?
1 minute.
Is that a state law that we should try to change so that we can get more robust external evaluation to really dissect if some of these programs that we're funding substantially are getting the metrics and results that we want to see in the areas of juvenile justice? So I'm just curious to continue the conversation now and in the future as to some of those efforts that we want to see in place to tackle those disproportionalities. How do we ensure the outputs and outcomes, especially, that we want to be meeting in future years? So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me speak up a little bit where Commissioner Garcia's pointed out. I think we've been transition planning for a while. There's some work that's going on right now, and when that transition plan happens, it will be brought in front of the committee for the board to see and then come out here. I think there's been a lot of talking about the fact of, what do we do and what are the answers? Well, one of the answers is programming. But to clear up the point that you made, the budget doesn't have $11 million annually in it program, and that's part of the commitment that the board took in regards to the building of the facility and increasing those funds. So over the last 6 years, we've increased that to $11 million of funding available that's out there. The options that happen when that facility, let's say that facility's built, and this is my understanding of it from asking about it and being in the meetings for that. Say that facility opens in June. You have a 3 to 6 month period to some degree, and people start transferring. The situation right now, though, is when you pointed up about 80%, we were over 80% last week at 93. So, and for the budget hawks out here, the operating capacity is 96 because of the Prison Rape Elimination Act, PREA. So every kid you want to have in there over 96, you got to find staff. That's how you increase the capacity. It may be 144 free, but because of PREA, you only at 96. And we all know the trouble that we're at with staffing to some degree. So when that study there comes in, it'll give us some evaluation to some degree, and we'll be able to lay that out. One of the options that is on the table, in addition to the programming piece, is the fact that, as was said, when you get to a certain point, you notify the entities that you are at capacity. One of the steps happening right now are the contracts that we've had renewing, accepting people outside of the facility or outside of Douglas County. Those no longer happen. So that's one option that happens to some degree that brings that number down. The next option is Lancaster County, which is the precedent is set for that, and we can follow that same option. When Lancaster County gets to a certain level, they do not accept any more probation kids. That will be the point that we're at. So we will be able to manage the population, because if there are no more spaces, there are no more spaces to be there, and that will be the issue. If you go back to the slide that Dr. Carball had with the 88 kids and the one after that with the 22, again, this is the issue. The issue is, no, Abby, go to the slide with the length of stays. This is the issue. As of last week, and still probably now, we could have had a 200-foot bed, because at the pace, if that doesn't change, we won't have a place big enough, because those stays are long. And as is stated in the process, and I wanted to be clear about that, this is not, I mean, I welcome this knowledge to be known, because I want it to be known, because everybody's framing this up as about the building. And again, people said it's not, it's about this right there. And right now, at this point in time, kids in there for a year, and everybody in the process is going to have their day in the light. And right now, this is the process piece. The point where these kids are in this point, people have to come to grips with the point that they're going to have to get service. And right now, this is a year notice of saying, you're going to have to do that, or we won't be accepting kids because we won't there. And most of these kids, not the kids that are on really dangerous charges, the kids that are on the 50 or so kids that are supposed to be there for service, we got to find something to do that. And I say we, but it is one system point that has to solve that. And that system point, right now, there are concerns about capacity and other things for that point. That's why, if you go back to the slide, Abby, with the 88, that's why we have kids from Sarpy County, Scottsbluff County, Lancaster County. Lancaster said they're not taking more kids, so we're the safety net. Right now, we are the safety net. And this is the year notice to say the safety net is no longer there. Because when this place was built, it was not built to operate 2 facilities. The goal is still not to operate 2 facilities as far as I'm concerned. So those entities, though, at that point at the system, where the slide with the 88 was, again, you're on a year notice, we got to increase our efforts. There has to be more money there to build the capacity, just like every entity around here is having to up their salaries to employ people. We've got to increase that capacity, because the safety net is no longer going to be there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Morgan.
First, I want to thank Chris Rogers for his constant, and not today, but over the years, effort in this area with programs and knowledge, and really working toward positive kinds of statements and results. And I personally thank you greatly for what you've done and do. We always knew, in my opinion, that it was going to be a transition into the new facility. It isn't like moving out of your home because you sold it. You got a new home, and Saturday, Sunday, I'll be moving, and I'm there Monday. Kim, you and I have talked about that there's a transition period. And I also know that we have an effort being made to see what it costs to operate the two facilities during that time that a majority of this board is supportive of, and we're working to get those numbers also. I also know that there's some state senators working to talk about this coming year, and they've talked about it for more than a year, to have a place in eastern Nebraska where youth from other counties can go, and talking about could that old facility be that place for a certain amount of time, and we'll see what transpires on that. And what you touched on, Commissioner Rogers, about the stays is a big issue. And lastly, and Kim, you can correct me because I talked to you about a number of things concerning the youth, but we know that crime everywhere and with youth is really up since COVID. And if I'm incorrect in what I've said, I want you to come up to give me kind of constructive criticism about that. But that's what we are seeing in other cities around this nation, everywhere. So I'll stop there and wait for your constructive criticism.
Kim Havacuddy, Deputy County Administrator, and I would never give you constructive criticism. But you are 100% right. If you look across the country, every city across the country, crime is up. We read it in the papers every day. We see it everywhere. There was some data that in working with Omaha Police Department, at least for here locally, when we wanted to look at the number of youth in our community with guns and gangs, because as you notice in the report, that's a lot of our youth in detention. Just from 2021 through 2022, there has been a twofold in the number of youth that Omaha Police Department have picked up for guns and gangs. So that makes a huge difference when you're talking our detention facility, Commissioner, that in 21 you're dealing with 30 youth. This year, and we're not even at the end of the year, we're at 81 youth with guns and gang issues. That's an issue in our community that has to be solved. You are right, there is an increase.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only other thing I wanted to add, I do enjoy Commissioner Rogers and the perspective I get, not just the passion, but the perspective I get from him, and then also the perspective that we get from the citizens of Douglas County. Some of them showed up here earlier to speak to this issue. But the final thing that I wanted to point to, and the frustrating part for me, and you almost heard it the last time I spoke, under the circumstances that we're in, is that the execution and control that the judicial branch has, it's the reality that we're faced with, and it makes it frustrating. The execution and control that the judicial branch has, and the execution and control that the executive branch has, relating to what the county's executable functions are and the control that the county has, are night and day. And all I wanted to point out, they're totally different. All I wanted to point out is one of the executable controls that we have at the county level is infrastructure. That's what we have capability over. We can make that decision, and we can communicate that to the people of Douglas County, exactly what type of infrastructure we're going to need based on the executable controls that the judicial branch and the executive branch have levied on us. The infrastructure and the programming, I would add that. So when we talk about those things that are going to reduce the lengths of stay, we have got to have the people on the programming that's going to help us reduce that. If we do, then we can actually show some metrics that show some success. Those are the two things we have control over, infrastructure and programming. The feds and the state directs, and we ostensibly say we obey. And by the way, they don't even have to pay us for it. They don't have to say, by the way, here's the money. They can tell us to do it. So that's where the frustration comes in. And that's why we get to sit here as commissioners, and I can't speak for all the commissioners, I'm just speaking for myself, where the frustration comes in is you say, when you look at the statutes and you look at what we have control over and you look at the passion that we have for these issues and the community that we're dealing with, the largest community in the state that has the largest crime rates in the state per capita, well, not just probably per capita, but in general, we got problems. And half the problems we just don't feel like we can get our hands wrapped around. So, yeah, it is frustrating, but I fall back on the idea that we have a practical problem right now. If there's 88 youth in DCYC, we got a facility opening up soon that houses 64. That's the practical issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I kind of like what Ms. Levant Stennis said earlier, and that was we need to really start talking about other things at this juncture, which we have in the background, as Commissioner Rogers said, constantly during child and youth, but that goes unheard. Those are all of our committees are published, and so they're out there for people to know. They're open to everybody for people to attend, and those are where those discussions constantly are being had. But I think that what some of the points that I just want to say as well are we need to really focus on process, and that means working with our courts. Commissioner Rogers and I were commiserating here for a minute because we remembered back during the guardian ad litem issue that we had to come to the table with the courts to say, this is out of control, we need to get it into control, we need to do something about this, and it needs to be us together. And that's how you get things done. You can't do it by yourself. I feel like we have become the de facto place for our children. And we need to, again, figure out what those processes are that we need to look at in moving them along faster. And again, what services or programs are needed that people are waiting for. I think what I'm seeing is a trend where it's like, well, they're there, they're safe, they can sit there until we get, some other stuff done. That's what I feel like. As I watch these numbers, that's what I feel like. Everybody is saying they're good there. They're not on the streets. They're not out in the community causing havoc. So they can just sit there and wait until we do find a placement. So there's not an urgency to find that placement and move that child and help that family move along the process. And I think we need to address that. Ms. Stennis Williams also talked about addressing the DMC issue. Huge, huge. We talk about it all the time. And she did bring forth some ideas from a Dr. Kakar, who we've had here as a guest in our community, in our county, to talk about how to respond to the DMC issues. And I think we need to, again, refocus, re-energize, redo that conversation about DMC. And then I actually think, you just said it, Kim, Ms. Havakati, we have, to whatever slide it was, where our kids in our community are getting brought into our facility because of guns. And we need to have a community conversation about that. I honestly feel that we as a society have become so fixated on guns that every time you turn around, everybody's saying to be safe, to do this, to do that, they're right, blah, 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 is guns. And that's what these kids, I believe, are hearing. Guns, guns, guns. But I want to know, where are they getting these guns? How are they getting these guns? And go to the root of the problem. And until we do that, we're going to continue to have kids coming in on guns, whether charges of murder or use or possession. And I just think we need to seriously have that conversation. as well as just the violence. I think nationally, again, there is this constant, the way to address thing is through violence. We are not a society of violence. And I certainly want to put a stop to the violence that's in my county that I can try to help control, but it can't be just the county. It has to be us collectively. You look at the zip code maps. That's been that way. I had those zip code maps made, I don't know how many years ago. And I keep saying, let's focus on that. Not that everything else isn't happening. Some of these things are happening countywide, but that's where we're seeing a majority of our kids, which again addresses or doesn't address, but brings up the issue of why are so many kids of color in our youth center. And it's because they're coming from the zip codes in our community. And the question is why? So we need to dig down all the way to those root causes, all those social determinants. We need to have that community discussion. And then lastly, I did bring this up to Ms. Havakati because I am very concerned about the number of youth coming in with guns, that I think we need to contract, whether it be with Lavon or somebody, to go in, once a child comes into the youth center, contract with a provider to go in and assess that family and find out, are there other siblings, whether there's guns, whether there's more in the home, and then start to work with that family. And so, okay, that's my time. There's no more lights. I have one more time to speak. Okay, so those are. I was watching. So so we need to again look at those issues. And again, you can talk and you can point fingers and you can make derogatory comments and post stupid things on social media about the decisions. Or come to the podium and blast us. That's fine. That's fine. That's not helping. What are all those people who are doing that? What's their solution other than building more beds to place our kids in? That's the least, in my opinion, solution that we should go to. We want to know and try to fix and help fix. We can't fix it all ourselves. Address and fix the root problems of this county and the areas of this county where our kids are coming from and entering our juvenile justice system. And that is going to take all of us, not just the county. I appreciate everybody's work that has been done on this and is continuing to do on this. We have services and programs that will be coming up and coming online just as our project in the next year. But again, if we don't start having those hard community conversations on guns, on violence, on social determinants, on the DMC issue, and then internally on our processes, we're going to be sitting here another 10 years and barking the same bark. So again, I too want to echo what Commissioner Morgan said. Commissioner Rogers works on this and has worked on that, and he is our expert on this board, and knows the ins and outs of every single little piece of the system, and has worked very, very hard to bring things to us to make our system better. And I think collectively, as it's been said, and I'll agree with it, is that bottom line, it isn't about me or you, it's about us and our community and our kids and our families and those we're serving, and to serve them better and to make them, to address some of the issues that they're addressing, and they're hard issues. But again, bottom line, it's to make the lives of our kids and our children who live in our counties better. And again, collectively, I think we can do that if we quit this silliness of pointing fingers and one-upping everybody and come to the table and talk about process, guns, violence, social determinants, and DMC. Instead of just getting a report on it, let's fix it and fix it together as a community. So with that, anyone else wishing to speak during this item of our current data and situation at our youth center? With that, we will move on to our Human Services Committee. There is a weekly personnel report from Civil Service as presented. Thank you, Abby. I forgot to tell you, thank you. Legislation, not at this point. There is an HR committee meeting following this board meeting today at 2 in room 903. And we will be talking about legislation there. And then we have one approving the medical stop loss proposal, renewing coverage with HM Life Insurance Company for $560,482, and this is budgeted. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
We do have need for an executive session for legal, union negotiations, litigation, legal advice, litigation, union negotiations, and that's it. And then before we do go, I just want to announce that our county offices will be closed Thursday, the 24th, and Friday, November 25th, in observance of Thanksgiving. And on behalf of this board, we wish all a happy Thanksgiving and eat as much turkey as you possibly can. There is also a note that we will not meet on go.
Okay.
I gotta stop.
Thank you. I just want to mention, and I'm probably the only one old enough to really remember this, but November 22nd, 59 years ago, right now, almost exactly right now, is when they announced that John F. Kennedy was deceased and had been shot in Dallas, Texas at approximately 12:30, could have been 12:20 that afternoon. And that just has really always been with me. And I think that's what started getting me into politics, and then Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy in '68. But anyway, I thought it's good to recognize, because John F. Kennedy brought such a great vitality and to that office, and just really cared about America and where we were going. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much. And just a few other notes, we will not meet on Tuesday, November 29th. And remember, our last scheduled meeting of the year is December 20th. And our first meeting of 23 will be Tuesday, January 10th. So again, with that, we wish you all a happy Thanksgiving, and we will go into executive session now. Please vote.
I didn't get the motion or second on that.
It was, well, I don't know if it was.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Okay, is there a second?
All right, motion by Commissioner Boyle, second by Commissioner Garcia, and we'll begin voting.
Yep. No, she'd run.
Motion passes 6-0.
That's right.
I believe Commissioner Rogers is absent, but someone may have voted for him. Motion to reconvene and adjourn passes at 2:06 p.m.
I appreciate the discussion.
Commission